So he sells a convertible note. What do you think they got the money from? They printed, the people who gave it to him printed that money. Most likely printed it. And how do I know they printed it? Well, where do most people store their wealth? They store it like, oh yeah, I'm going to store dollars. I'm going to put this under my mattress or in my bank. No, they don't. Right? The wealthy people, they store it in assets that they can leverage to get cash to buy other stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, did you just hold up a whole stack of fresh $100 bills just then? Was
Oh
that?
no, this is play money. You see.
Yeah, I was thinking so super crypto bro, but yeah, I knew you probably weren't doing that. So how do
Yeah,
you
it's
feel
just
about the whole institutionalization? Obviously, we're seeing these strategic reserves. We're seeing people like Michael Saylor, and the sort of the retail investor now is sort of seeing a shift as it's being controlled. What's your sort of take on how Bitcoin has shifted from the libertarian sort of standpoint to where we are now, or where we're headed now, I guess?
uh well, I think we're headed to the realization, the waking up of society that you know everybody feels that their system is unfair, but they don't understand how it's unfair, and it's a waking up of that. And then once we do use good money, whenever we do use good money, what happens is society improves greatly. Whenever we use bad money, society degrades, and it's the end result of fiat money. Prices continue to go higher and you start to lose your wealth. And this is what's happening in the United States. And people start to change their behaviors in order to, make themselves stand out so they can get more wealth and more, opportunities and so forth. And so most of this nonsense is just for somebody to stand out in the crowd. Um, I don't know if you saw Gorlock the Destroyer, but I don't know what it is. But everybody's talked about that person because of the nonsense that's going on there, and so that's why people are doing it, right? And that's probably getting that person money. So there it is, right? It is all a scam because there's not enough. There's plenty of money, but the value of that money has dropped so significantly that people are not getting enough to survive in their daily work or job, right? So that's where it is. And so in the future, when we use Bitcoin as money, all that's going to change. We'll have a huge renaissance, and then we'll get back to logic.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point. Do you use Bitcoin to pay for goods and services, or you're just storing it and keeping it, or do you dip into it every now and again?
I was not dipping in a sense. I do get paid in Bitcoin myself, so I pay out some Bitcoin as well. So I don't know, what does that count as, right?
Yeah, you're using it as currency, right? Using it as
Exactly. Yeah.
a form of payment there. And so as you've
Exactly.
grown your wealth and as you've grown your knowledge, are you now you're doing a lot more education and giving back to the community? Is that fair to say?
Exactly. And that's what I like to do. I mean, whenever somebody asks me about Bitcoin, they want to know how it works and why it works and why they should buy it. I get all excited, and I want to teach them. I want to educate them. So yeah, I want to continue that process forever.
But what would you obviously there's a lot to delve into, but what is the big takeaway there when it comes to crypto and investing there that you'd really say, look, whatever you do, do this one thing. When you talk to people and they come up to you and they say, well, Da Vinci, I want to be like you. I want to make all this money. What's your big look, hold on, this is what I say.
Well, a long time ago, I was trying to save money, save dollars for my retirement, and I couldn't figure out how much I needed. Why? Because I didn't know what the value of the money that I would have would be. So if I said, okay, well, I could save to get $2 million, but I don't know what it will buy me, right? $2 million here won't buy you a house, right, in Dubai,
Yeah.
right? So that's an example of what I don't know what it will buy. So I was a little concerned about that because it didn't make any sense. And I realized that you have to just that saving in our current financial system, you had to go and invest it somewhere, and that required risk, and that risk could end up being turning against you. Well, now you have an asset that doesn't require risk, and you can say, "Well, it goes down by 50 or 60%." Yeah, but overall, it's going to end up a lot higher. That's the whole point. That's why Michael Saylor and I we're not saving for tomorrow, which is your problem. That's why you see the 60% drop. We're saving for a long-term future. And when you do that, the 60% drop over 4 years is ignored. So that's what I suggest you do is you save. And when you save, it doesn't matter what emergency happens, don't spend it.
No, discipline, financial discipline, which we know is easier said than done, but you really do need to have that long-term strategy and think that far ahead, especially in some of the richest countries where the cost of living is so high. Now, Bitcoin, obviously, as you well know, has a life cycle. And what about meme coins? Where do you think we are in their cycle now? Because obviously, there's a huge amount of interest in meme coins, from Dogecoin to the thousands that are printed every day. Do you think there's a cycle there that we might see some sort of significant change in the meme coin sort of industry sector?
Yeah, I think the meme coin sector will explode higher and be the big thing for 2025. But then, once it fizzles away, right, just like the NFTs, they'll be gone probably for another 16 years, because the by the time the next generation comes along, it's like that's all forgotten, and then the next generation picks it up and goes, "Oh, I like that," and doesn't feel burned by it, and then that will bring in new blood. So that's basically how things work, right? Or people's memories, right, really fade over time. They forget what happens, and 16 years is a sufficient amount of time for everybody to forget about the meme coin failure, and then we start it all over again. So that's probably where it's going to happen. I don't see meme coins doing well in the following cycle, but there will be some meme coins such as Dogecoin, Shiba, that will and maybe even Pepe will stick around in the coming years, and will have different kinds of success.
Yeah. Oh, so we've got another year. They might start to rise more, and then after that, we
Mhm.
might see some bigger failures, and only the big ones that have some sort of utility, like the Doges and the Pepes, will stick around, and a lot of these other silly, full-on memes may well just disappear, and people will get burnt, and then they'll, like you said, their memories will, sort of after 16 years fade away, and we might see another cycle. So we maybe only got another year left of the meme coin craze. Is that what?
Mhm. Exactly. That's what I think.
Yeah. But you launched, obviously, my colleague here, she works in an animal shelter, so she loves dogs and cats. So when she saw Waffle, she kind of fell in love with Waffle, and I don't know if Waffle's there or wants to make a guest appearance.
Yeah, I don't have my cat here. This is my studio. I'm not at my house, right? But I do have pillow of Waffles here.
Yeah, I see
My
that.
my cat. This is when she was a lot younger. She's a little older now,
Yeah.
and yeah, I didn't make this Waffles token. Actually, somebody else did, and I began to support the Waffles token, and yeah, it's just a meme coin, right? But they are making it more than just a meme coin. They're providing lots of utility for the meme coin, and yeah, we will. I think as we grow in market cap, that's when they open up new utilities um, for Waffles coins. So it's just about market cap growth. It's not about the actual timing. We're not going to build stuff unless our market caps goes higher. So we'll focus only on marketing and getting the market cap up, and then once we get there, then we start to build.
Yeah, yeah. Now you've got a strong reputation, as one of those sort of early Bitcoin people. When it comes to meme coins, how do you decide what meme coins to get involved with? Because obviously you've got to protect yourself there as well, and you're looking to, get involved in worthwhile projects. So sort of how do you actually decide? Because you must be invited or must be offered lots of these opportunities.
Yes, I mean there's several ways I decide. Of course, there's the degen way I decide, right? Because you know what, just it is honestly, if you do it the degen way, it's lots of fun. Trust me. Right? We sat around one time at dinner, a whole bunch of people, and just goes, "Oh, let's just choose a meme coin to buy and see what happens." And oh, look at this, Peppa Peep. I like that one. Obviously, it went to zero, but we just bought it just to see what happens, and we just bought small amounts, and you could do that just for fun. And who knows, something. I bought a few of them that actually just happened to continue going higher, but that was very very few. And you could do it that way. But if you want to do it more, if you want to do more of an analysis, it requires taking a look at how many people are whales, right? How much each person has. You have to go through and take a look at an analysis. Maybe you could do some research and find out, okay, well, maybe the dev has a whole bunch hidden. He's got a bunch of them over multiple wallets. They're really easy to detect. Then you take a look at community. You take a look at whether or not the meme has staying power. I mean, it's humorous or so forth, and and it has someone that could back it up, or some reason for people to use it in the future. And yeah, and that's how you would look for it. And then, but most of the time, you have to just go degen, full degen, because you just never know what's going to go. You never know. And when and if you do go full degen, just make sure you understand you have a high probability of it going to zero. And if you accept that, there's a chance you can do very well. But if you can accept that, then don't go do meme coins at all. Just forget it, right? Go buy Solana, right? But if you do accept it, I would suggest if you buy something, sell half when it doubles, and then uh, let it rest ride, or you take profits again when it doubles again, and then let that rest ride. So it's up to you how you want to do it, and yeah, that's one way to deal with it. But the other way, right, more an analytical way, right? There's a lot of things in that I didn't mention, like volume, whether or not there's lots of fake volume. If you see like 30 million volume, right, and it's like a 10 million market cap, 10 to 20 million market cap, there's something wrong. If you see, very little volume and then it's rising like crazy, there's something wrong. So these are things that you can look for, right? For when it's wrong. It's really easy for me because I've been in the space. I can't think of everything that I look at, but yeah, there's a lot of things there.
Yeah, and the team, is it important to know the team for them to reveal themselves or be revealed, do you think, to be
Give an example. So there's two different kinds of BDs. Just like these are minimum two. There's quite a bit more, but two of them could be that you help with listings on an exchange. So let's say you have someone who has a new token and they want to put it on the exchange. Mm-hmm. They come to a listings BD for that.
Right.
Or let's say if you are a futures trader, or which is the closest thing to Forex, you would want to have a partnership for them to make some money out of the trading fees, for example, right? For that, you need a futures BD. It's just two different examples. There's more. There's also institutional. There is
institutional BD. There KOL BDs, as you said.
There is some that's just basically just for marketing. Like there's no real target of it, and they're just
Yeah,
just
like something as broad.
just general partnerships and all kinds. And for those, they don't really have many commissions.
And I saw that you used to work in traditional finance at a regular bank. So what gauged your interest in crypto or the crypto industry?
Roughly 2 years ago, I had a family friend come to visit Dubai. My mom actually asked me to go meet up with him.
Mm.
And she was like, "Oh, he's into crypto. Maybe you guys were gonna have some things in common." I was like, "Sure, why not?"
Did you even know what crypto was at that time?
Oh, I did. I had very, very, very minimal experiences with crypto though. I had $50 in Doge that like crashed, that crashed back, and I don't know, God knows how many years ago. And it pushed me away of crypto. I had some experience in mining as well at the time.
Mm.
But this was nothing compared to what happened in the coming months, right? So I met with this family friend. We went to the first crypto event, which was, what was it? Blockchain Future? Something blockchain, something. It was in Festival Arena City.
Blockchain Life?
No, it wasn't Blockchain Life.
Yeah.
It was Crypto Expo Dubai. Sorry,
Crypto Expo.
Dubai.
Okay.
That was the first, let's say, big event that I went to. And I mean, the whole experience was a bit crazy because like I saw everyone and they were just like very, very active, you know what I mean?
Mm.
And it didn't feel like they were all depressed or whatever. And I mean, the same things that you see in a
like the energy was just very vibrant.
It was a very different energy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was nothing like what I've seen in like traditional banking or in traditional jobs, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And I fell in love with it basically. And I just kept going again and again. I kept going to every event I could. And then by the end of it, I kind of got sucked in and I can't leave even if I want to now.
What was your first job prior to finding your role as a BD?
You mean in crypto?
Yeah.
I didn't have one. I don't really have a job, but I did do some business. Like what I did before doing BD work was a few things. One of them, well, the first thing that I did was I was selling mining machines.
Mm-hmm.
You know the ASIC machines, right?
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, it's how to explain this? This is quite complex.
It's a computer.
No, I mean
it's a very highly specialized computer.
It's a highly specialized computer that makes you money. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you turn it on, you pay the electric rate difference, and you keep the profits as a change. It sounds like it's black magic or some money laundering stuff. It's not. No, don't worry about it.
But mining is very nuanced, and there is some like misconceptions about it especially when it's taken like out of context. But it's interesting. Like, did you mine by yourself or you sold the machines?
At first, I was mining on my own using GPUs. But when I got into crypto full time, I bought machines, ASIC machines specifically, and I just sold them in Dubai. I didn't really mind them at all. But my clients, they kept coming back to me asking me for a place to store their miners, to like operate them, because they were very loud and they were a bit complex to operate.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started, mining on my client's behalf, basically. But the main profit was coming through the actual sale. I was making a profit of $1,400 per machine.
Wow.
It was nice. Yeah, it was nice when it lasted. It's quite nice.
And with all of these various experiences, like what's your educational background on it? Did you need any special certificate?
No, nothing really. I just when you get addicted into an industry, you just kind of learn everything you want to learn. You know, it's hard not to just stay curious is all I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
That's all really.
And why would you label it as addicted to the industry? That's a pretty unique take.
I don't know. I mean, it's like once you come to this side of the table, you just can't really go back. You know what I mean? It's you get a different perspective and everything. It's like the first time seeing the factories where they make the Nike and Nike shoes, right? Once you see how they really do it from the background, you don't really want to pay full price for it anymore. You know, it's a thing. You know, it's just like it's a shift in perspective that changes your ideology and everything. Really.
How does an average day look like for Ali as a BD?
Well, how would that look? I mean, well, I go to the gym and I also study Chinese at the same time, so it's kind of difficult, like, struggle everything all at once.
Yeah.
How about this? It's better for me to just tell you the tasks that I get done throughout the day instead of me telling you how they go, right? So there's a few things. Well, obviously, I have to go to the gym. That's 1 hour. I have to go 1 hour of studying Chinese. And then for the BD work specifically, you have to do a few, mainly you do reach outs. You do a lot of reach outs. So it's like one-on-one reach outs either. And you can't even do advertising because people won't listen to you. So the way it works is, let's say you go on Twitter or Instagram or whatever it might be, and you message 50 to 100 people, right? And then out of those, let's say 100 people, maybe 5 of them will respond. Maybe, if you're lucky.
It's a numbers game.
5 or 10, right? And out of those 5 or 10 will respond. Maybe 1 or 1 or 0 of them would actually agree to something to even continue the conversation. And then when that goes, you go through weeks of efforts trying to get them, days or weeks, depending, of trying to get them convinced that you're not here to scam them. and then once they understand that, and then, once they understand, they either start working with you or they decline because they have a better offer somewhere else. But it's mainly outreach and management. By management, I mean, let's say you're my partner, right? Let's say, let's say you're an influencer and you're my partner, we're working together. You want to have an event that brings more users to your, let's say, to your referral, right? So the way like futures trading BDs make money, and the same way that the influencers make money for us actually, is they make money out of the trading fees. So let's say you're an influencer and you have a volume of 100 million per month. Cool. Actually, let me run this up real quick. So if you have 100 million per month and you're trading on, let's say, 0.06% taker fees, right? You're looking at a or a fee generation of 60,000. Cool. So what I would tell you is, and by volume, I don't mean yours. I mean just your users. Just your communities, let's say.
But what's how does trading volumes get calculated? What do people do in futures trading? Like, what's that aspect of the business?
How do you mean? Elaborate.
What does futures trading mean?
So there's a difference between spot trading and futures trading, right? So spot would be when you actually buy the asset, you hold it and you wait, and that's it, right? You make money, the profit. I mean, the asset goes up, you sell, you make money, right? It's like, let's say you have 5 rocks. I take a rock from you at the current price of 1 dirham. I hold it for a few weeks. It goes to 1.5 dirham. I sell it back to you for 1.5 dirham. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Now, futures, instead of buying the actual asset, you're buying a contract. Think of it this way. Imagine you have a table and you're gambling on that table, right? And you're saying like, I will put $100 today, that the market will go up throughout the next God knows how long, whatever, right? You're buying a contract that says the market will go up.
Yeah.
So the market goes up, you can sell that contract back for a profit. Or you can do the opposite. You can gamble and say, I put $100 today, the market will go down. So now what happens is, let's say the market does go down, you can sell that same contract for a profit as well, because you're buying a short contract instead of a long contract. So the idea is, you're not actually buying it. It's more like you're placing a bet. That's what future trading is. It's the same thing with Forex. It's an easy way of looking at it.
Now, is there anything fun about your job? Like, what's your favorite thing to do?
Yeah, I mean, you get to travel quite a bit because
nice.
you're meeting with the influencers and whatnot, right? And they're not really always in the same country. I mean, the whole position is just built on building a strong relationship, right?
Relationship building.
That's basically what it is, right? So let's say I'm traveling to meet with an influencer or whatever. You can consider it as work or as like a fun time out, depending on how you see it. You know what I mean?
As long as the deal is getting closed.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you get the work done, everything else is a bonus, right? So I guess that part's quite nice. And I'm not, geographically locked anywhere. I can go wherever I want. I can do whatever I want. So that's nice.
That's amazing. But what's challenging then? Like, what's anything that's negative that no one talks about?
Well, it's not that. Okay, let's say this. I think the worst part of this is so they are judging the product or the exchange, the service on you, right? So you're selling them the exchange. This is what I say, it's sales. So you're selling the exchange to an influencer for them to work with you and for their users as well. Now, if the exchange is bad for whatever reason, let's say their services are bad, their connections are bad, their liquidity isn't thick enough, whatever it might be, you're the one who's getting you become the punching bag for it, basically, right? And any issue that happens, it falls on your head. It's your responsibility.
So aside from just doing sales, you can do support services as well.
Exactly. It's broad, right? Now let's say the product has some issues. and you speak to the product team, you tell them, hey, we need to change this. This is feedback from our influencers. They're like, okay. And then they don't respond to you for 2 months. So if you have a really weak product team in the company, it gets really rough to get any work done. And I think that's the most rough part about this work, because you're messaging hundreds of people at a time and they're not responding to you. You know, it gets quite rough for some people and they can't handle it really.
Well, we've talked about the challenges, we talked about the good things. You know, it's the industry is pretty fast-paced. Everything changes really quick. And this is things like, I'd say from an insider as well. I've been working in the industry for 4 years. There has been things that are being like commonplace amongst different companies. But you see, there's many people who wants to pivot their industries and work with work in our industry, for instance. So if someone has zero crypto experience but wants a job that is similar to yours, what would you like recommend for them to do first?
So, I mean, I would say just do what I did. When I first came into the industry, for the first 6 to 8 months, I didn't look for work. All I did was just learn about the industry, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I learned by meeting people. So, I mean, since I'm in Dubai, I'm blessed to be here, right? Alhamdulillah for everything. But, so since all the crypto events are here, I said, you know what, let me just hit every single event I could.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one. There wasn't a... So from the most beginner stuff to like the most advanced things, right? Mm-hmm. By most advanced, I mean, the tickets that cost nothing for beginners, like beginner seminars in universities, by professor to the bigger events where the tickets cost, let's say, $1,000 to $2,000 even, Yeah, some of these get really pricey. And, it's good to have friends in the industry because they can get you discounts or free tickets. It's always nice. Yeah. But where was I? Yeah, so I'd say just meet as many people as you can and just ask as many questions as you can for the first 6 months. That's it. Just this is why I say stay curious. I think people lack a lot of curiosity in this world, and if they didn't, things would be quite different.
Well, this is my favorite thing about the industry is that despite there is a high barrier to knowledge and to our work, and there's a lot of technical complexities that we need to be familiar with. Lots of new tools, lots of resources. But from what I've seen from anyone in this space, whether they're professionals, billionaires, beginners, everyone's happy to teach the rest.
Of course.
No one really tells you, you don't know anything, what are you doing in this place? Like, the meetups, the conferences, the summits, all of them are like an open place for collaborations, and everyone's willing to network, interact, and teach people. But there's also some slip-ups that a newcomer would do, right? If they're getting into the industry. Personally, I've done a few by perhaps working with the wrong crowd, but unwillingly. What's the biggest mistake you see newcomers make if they're getting into the industry?
I think it would be just expecting too much too fast.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people think when you come into crypto, he's in crypto, bro.
Oh, yeah.
One Lambo, one Lambo.
Was your Lambo? I saw it downstairs, man. Yeah,
like, I came with my 3 Lambos. I had my other friends just drive the other one just to show off.
Of course.
Yeah. So, I know, I was saying. No, on a serious note, like they think, hey, I just bought $5 of Shiba Inu. If this goes to $1, I'm making, $2.5 billion. You know what I mean?
Oh, man. Like, I'm still waiting for my billions.
The whole, this is like an argument that's going on currently, by the way, on crypto Twitter. It's like, is unit bias a thing? I think it is.
Unit bias is a major thing.
I think
and to those who are not listening, unit bias is essentially where you see a token or a crypto that seems cheap because it's there, it's sold in cents, and then you expect it to reach specific amount of dollar values.
It's like just because they see the let's say if let's treat it as a stock. They see each stock looking like 0.000000009 or something.
And let's accumulate 1 million tokens.
Yeah, if they buy $1, they're getting however many. Whatever amount
millions,
of
billions.
Yeah.
Sometimes you could trillions worth.
And so for some reason they think, I mean, it's understandable, but I guess they think this has a real possibility of going to $1 just because it's like the magic number, $1. It's a whole number. But in reality, if that were to happen, you would have a market cap of the whole world's GDP or something, and it still wouldn't equate to it. Like even if it was a quadrillion dollar company, that would still not reach $1.
But see, with all of these understandings, crypto, blockchain, Web3, it's a combination of different areas from traditional markets. So if people are getting into the industries, do they have to be tech geniuses or finance geniuses to to be able to work in crypto?
No, I don't think so. I think the thing about crypto is like the industry as a whole, they don't really look at your qualifications as much as they look for your skills. You know what I mean? I'm sure this is the same as like it's true in like other exchanges, but I feel like it's a lot more prominent here in crypto. People want you for what you can provide. If you have good value in terms of, let's say you're a good salesman, who wouldn't want good salesman? You know what I mean? And if you think you can sell really well, you wouldn't even take a salary. You just do it with commission directly. You know what I mean? You would negotiate a bigger commission. You'd sell more than everyone else in the company. You'd make a whole lot more than everyone else. So
You'd be the superstar.
yeah. So I don't think it's about qualifications. I think it's more about skills and value, like value you can provide to the company or to the people who you're hoping to work for or work with, let's say.
And throughout your personal journey, what was like the biggest culture shock when you compare between like working a traditional job in a bank and then jumping to crypto all of a sudden?
I didn't really have much of a cultural shock, but more of a thing that I really liked, which was you feel like you're working in a small company. You know what I mean? Like even if the companies are bigger, you tend to feel like it's a startup, which means you get to see a whole lot more of the other sides of the company than you would usually. You know what I mean? Which means you can learn a lot more. That's exactly what you want. You want to learn. Like, you know, the whole goal of everything you do every single day, no matter what industry you're in, is always to learn more. The more you learn, the more you can make out of it, you know? Whether that is financially or even just in terms of growth, really. You know? So I think the fact that things feel smaller in the sense of things are in reach, I think that's it. I think that would be it. That and also, like, office timings aren't really a thing. I mean, I love just being able to not go where I have to go. I mean, being able to go wherever I want to go, whenever I want to go. I feel like that's a big plus.
I would like the remote culture.
Yeah, exactly.
4 years here, you, as you said, stay curious. You learn a lot. You read the news. You check out the new things. But, you know, the deeper I dig, the more cool things I discover. And the coolest thing I discovered was just the crypto games. I have fun with them, not with the expectations to earn money. But it's because, like, we all grew up playing Candy Crush or Farmville and, Warzone, Call of Duty, and all these games. For me, just playing these games, even early on as an early adopter, is just, I find it pretty cool. Not just for the chances of earning money, they barely made me $40, $50. These games aren't supposed to like change your life, but they're fun, they're cool.
I think these games, the target audience is just not us, you know?
No.
Like the money making aspect is more for the third world countries, you know? You can think about it in Africa, you can think about it in Vietnam, whatever, wherever, like even the Asian countries, you know? I think for those people, $50 is a big difference. That's a weak salary. Even, you know, like for example, in Iran, the same person who had my ex position at the job, me at the bank, sorry, would have a salary of $100, even less. I know because I asked. I was curious, but I think the whole money making aspect in these games is a lot more targeted towards the third world countries. If you're asking me what is the cool thing I found, I think it would be the infinite amounts of ways for projects to make scams. I think it's that, man. There's so many different ways these projects they get crafty at this point. You know, they look for ways to look professional or to look legit, while the whole project is meaningless, and you sink your time, money, and effort into it just to gain nothing, and they just run away with the liquidity. By liquidity, we mean profits, but rugs, basically rugs. This is the amount of ways they manage to.
I mean, I don't find this cool, but yeah, it's unfortunate how common it is, and it kind of like shatters our industry's image in a sense, or gives us a specific like stereotype. My personal mission is to prove that crypto isn't a scam. Unfortunately, scams are around us. Where do you see trends and newer job opportunities in crypto right now? Like, what are the exchanges demanding? What are the DeFi projects demanding for new hiring trends, basically?
I mean, I wouldn't say there's anything new, really. I mean, I haven't noticed, at least. Maybe I haven't been looking at that side of the market for some time, but I think one thing that would stay in demand, since this is a very growing industry, would be more let's say, how do I say this, more niche specific positions. I'll give you an example, right? So there's always marketers, right? But then there is Dubai marketers, and then there is you know, Spain marketers, and then there is American marketers. So what I'm trying to say,
they all have like their different styles and
so every market is different, right?
Things.
I don't think it's more about new positions. It's more about the same position, extra flavors. You know what I mean?
So for someone finding their niche or their specialty, basically.
I think you know, the whole industry is constantly expanding very, very quickly, and so you just look for where you fit in and which side of the world, depending on where you're from, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely agree with like people having like a specific focus on like a locality, because for exchanges or any companies operating crypto while they're expanding, they want like a global growth. So always having like a local insight would be better to contribute to them. There's also like lots of, you know, traditional jobs as like a social media marketer, a graphic designer, production assistant, and I'm just specifying like some marketing jobs. Like in terms of technical jobs, people are also pivoting a lot, but technical jobs is like a whole new world that we'll keep on exploring. Perhaps I'll just like concluded with you giving like beginner tips for someone to start. 1-2 word advice.
I would say build up your portfolio as much as you can, as early as you can, because your gains compound, and you really start to notice it even a few years in this industry. So just build up your portfolio early. That's all I would say.
It's portfolio building. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Ali, and for these wonderful insights.
Yeah, thank you for having me, man. This has been great, and I have to say this mic is very, very crisp. I'm still impressed.
We're used to it. And you guys are listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more about crypto careers, just make sure to just head back to our podcast section on our website.
Hi, did you like this show? There is so much more where that came from. Stay tuned for the latest in crypto news, expert insights, and exclusive interviews right here on the Crypto Radio. But that's not all. Check us out online on thecryptoradio.com for more in-depth content and follow us on social media. Find us on the Crypto Radio on Instagram and the Crypto Radio X on Twitter.
The Crypto Radio's A to Z of crypto and blockchain terms. S for stablecoins. S is for stablecoins. A stablecoin is a cryptocurrency pegged to a stable asset, like fiat currency. They're also gold-backed cryptocurrencies. One example of a stablecoin is Tether, which is backed by the US dollar. As the name suggests, they tend to be more stable than other coins as they are backed by real-world and less volatile assets. Stablecoins are easy to buy and are listed on most cryptocurrency exchanges, including Binance and Coinbase. For more information on stablecoins, visit thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $94,695, down by 2.22%. Ethereum price is $3,354.4, down by 1.75%. BNB price is $703.7, down by 0.26%. Solana price is $186.9, down by 2.15% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
From Commando to CEO to Crypto Bro, Cyrus Rostam is an accomplished entrepreneur, coach, Bitcoiner, and speaker known for his powerful journey from an elite Royal Marines Commando to a multi-million-dollar CEO. He can now add Crypto Bro to this list, or rather, Bitcoin Bro. Cyrus, welcome to the Crypto Radio.
Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you in the office and in the studio talking to us about your crypto journey. Now, I've looked at your LinkedIn profile, I've looked at your social media, very impressive, from the Royal Marines Commando to CEO of a multi-million company, and now a crypto bro. How would you describe yourself? Investor, bro, expert? How would you define yourself in the crypto world?
I actually wouldn't use the word crypto. I would just say Bitcoin, because I really don't mess around too much with the whole space. I just was lucky enough to hear about Bitcoin about 4 years ago, and I now invest in Bitcoin.
Okay, so you're a Bitcoin, and use the parlance, you're a Bitcoin maxi.
I wouldn't say I was a Bitcoin maxi, but I am an advocate of Bitcoin, and I have 95% of my net worth in Bitcoin.
Wow.
So the proof there is in the action, right? I'm not just talking or investing in all these different cryptos and in the space and all this. I am putting my wealth, my hard-earned money, my sacrifice for this world into Bitcoin.
Wow. So you're literally putting your money where your mouth is, right?
Yeah, all of it. Against the advice of a lot of I know a lot of wealthy people. You know, all the wealthiest people that I know are in Bitcoin, but so far I'm the only one that's all in.
Yeah. Well, So what makes you want to have literally all of your eggs in one basket? That confidence in Bitcoin without any worries or any concerns, unless you do have
Everything comes with some worry and some concerns. But I first heard about it. It was around 4 years ago, and a very wealthy guy, probably worth like hundreds of millions of dollars, that I was coaching at the time with nutrition, told me it was a scam and not to go anywhere near it. So I was spitting the same stuff that he told me about it. I was telling everyone else, like, no, it's a scam and this and that. And I'd done zero research. I was just taking this wealthy man's word as gospel. But then I was lucky enough to have another, just so happened to be very wealthy person, but another someone that I really respect and looked up to and I was very close with, told me, well, look, just put a little bit in. You don't need to buy a whole Bitcoin, or you don't need to go all in. Just buy a little bit just in case. So I really took his word, like, oh my, I really respect this guy. I'll start doing my research. And so the price at the time was around $10,000 per Bitcoin. And by the time I'd done my research, and when I say I did my research, I spent 2-3 hours a day either listening to a podcast, watching a YouTube, just reading a book, consuming all this information about Bitcoin. I don't know why I did it. I think to go a little bit deeper, I mean, I had a target of money that I wanted to make, and I knew what I was doing at the time was never going to get me there. There was a gap in my mind, and I'm a believer in energy, and for some reason, I just heard about it at that time when I needed it, so I started doing my research. And so after so much research, it's just inevitable that you come to the conclusion that the best place to park your money is in Bitcoin. And so to answer your question, it's literally just years of research and coming to my own conclusion in that I don't want to put my money anywhere else.
Right. Okay. And what period of time? You said it was around 10,000. What year do you remember that was?
It was 2021.
Right.
It was coming up into the bull market. I think it was 2021. Don't quote me exactly on that, but it was a year, 2020, 2021. I think it was 2021. I didn't actually start buying until it hit 50,000, and I put all of my money in, all my liquid in at that point, like basically all my savings. And it very quickly went from 60, it went up to 68,000 and crashed down to 16,000 in a matter of months.
Right.
So, but I was also, that hurt, but I was also had enough experience, I had enough knowledge at that point. I was like, okay, well, here's an opportunity to buy more. So I sold I had a couple of properties, sold them, put that all in, started dollar cost averaging every day at one point. I would buy a bit of Bitcoin for years. Recently sold half of my business to a strategic investment firm. That all went in. I mean, it's literally any money I get that's extra that I don't need for an emergency fund goes in.
Yeah.
And that's my philosophy. And so far, I mean, the rule is you have to hold it for a minimum of 4 years. But if you really want to maximize the growth opportunity, it's 8 to 12 years. So a lot of people that get into Bitcoin say it changes you, and it does, because it takes 8 to 12 years. Okay, so it completely changes your mindset. We're not going for a quick win here. We're not getting rich quick. We're just simply investing over the long term, and over an 8 to 12 year period, we are massively increasing our wealth from Bitcoin. And I do believe that right now is a very unique time for the asset, because I've only been in it for about 4 years, but throughout its history, it went through so many different periods of being called different things from different people. And right now, we've just had the US ETF in January. We're having the FASB account rule changes in January coming up. Don't ask me what the hell that is, but I know that it's coming, and it changes how companies can hold Bitcoin. There's large banks that are now creating the ability for them to custody your Bitcoin for you. So there's a lot of regulatory clarity that's coming to the asset now more than ever. Yeah. And so I think it's a very exciting time.
Yeah. Now, you talked about this long-term strategy that Bitcoin almost forces you to have, that 8 to 12 years. Did you know that going into it, that you would be holding it for that length of time? You didn't.
I thought I was getting rich quick. I thought, wow, it's at 50,000, it's going to 100,000, awesome. And it got to 68 and crashed down. So it forces you to look at things. I look at everything now, since getting into Bitcoin, I look at everything in a 10-year period. What am I doing now in order to be in a better position in 10 years? And it forces you to look at your health, your relationships, your business, your money. It literally forces upon you this 10-year thing, which, in a 10-year period, right, you can do a lot. And I think it's a famous thing that people say, like, people overestimate what they can do
in 1 year, yeah,
but underestimate what they can do in 10. And so it changes your mindset in that way.
Yeah. Okay, so just looking at when it crashed, how it tested your resolve. You know,
Yeah.
you bought it there. Did you? And you'd be obviously well within your rights to say, "What have I done?" But you thought, "This has happened. I'm ready for this." But I still believe in.
Yeah, I was scared and it was nerve-wracking and it didn't feel good on the gut, right? Your natural emotion as a human when you see, let's put it into actual money terms, 750,000 dirhams, I think I'd put in at that time.
Right.
When you see that go to, I don't know, 150, 200,000 dirhams in a matter of months, you feel bad, right? That's not a good feeling. You're like, what have I done? I had all this money and now it's this much money. But I knew enough and understood about it. It wasn't that this was actually a massive opportunity to buy more at a lower price. And then when you flip your mindset, when you understand what Bitcoin is and you understand the cycles and it takes 8 to 12 years, you understand that now every red day is actually an opportunity. It's not a bad thing. The dollar price has come down, but you get to stack more sats at a lower rate. You get to increase the amount of Bitcoin you own for that drop. So if you look at it like that, and I was very new to it, so it was hard mentally to kind of switch my mindset. But again, when you understand Bitcoin, there's like a thing where they say everyone that actually puts in the time to study it never goes back. And that's why it's growing so fast. There is a US president that was talking about Bitcoin on his journey. Now, he's not president yet, but he's coming in January, right? He's going to Bitcoin conferences. He's tweeting about Bitcoin. He's talking about Bitcoin. His son is on stage in Abu Dhabi saying Bitcoin is going to $1 million. Mental. 4 years ago, if you'd have said this to me, I would have been like, no way. This is impossible. Everyone's talking about it. And there's a lot of politicians that are now into it and they're trying to pass all these bills and there's all sorts going on. As Bitcoin grows, more and more people get into it because of what it is. And that's only going to proliferate this whole thing and speed up the process of it becoming, what it's going to become. But yeah, again, going back to answer your question, when you understand what it is, you can stomach the volatility because you just see the negative days as an opportunity to buy more.
Yeah. Now we're going to take a short break and come back. Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me, trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
Hi, did you like this show? There's so much more where that came from. Stay tuned for the latest in crypto news, expert insights, and exclusive interviews right here on the Crypto Radio. But that's not all. Check us out online on thecryptoradio.com for more in-depth content and follow us on social media. Find us on the Crypto Radio on Instagram and the Crypto Radio X on Twitter.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. So talking about that mentality, because most people, as you know, are the opposite. They'll sell when it's dropped in value and think, crystallize their losses, and then buy when it's sort of like all-time high.
Yep.
How do you convince other people to do what you're doing, that, this is an opportunity to buy? You should actually be putting money in, not taking money out, because it's hard because for generations people have not been doing that and making very costly mistakes.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people ask me about Bitcoin because I talk about it sometimes on my social media and it's in my bios. It says Bitcoin, and I will put some stuff on my stories sometimes and just put some information about it and talk about it. So people say, look, what do I do? How do I do it? So I've created 8 pieces of content, including 2 books that have helped me. YouTube videos, a couple of books. I didn't spend too much time gathering that. Just 8 links to these things. But what I normally do is when someone asks me about it, and people ask me about it all the time, close friends, family, I send them that and say, do your research. Because if I tell them, buy it, and they buy it, and they put their life savings in like I did, and it drops, 80%, they're going to come back to me. And I'm not a financial advisor.
No.
I'm a business owner, and I put all of my money in Bitcoin, but other people don't. You don't have to put all your money in it. You can just put a little bit in it. Use it as a savings account. But yeah, the thing is, the thing that helped me was doing my research. And I did a ungodly amount of research. So the thing I just tell people is, yeah, I'm not going to tell you to put your money in. I don't care what you do with your money. It's none of my business. But this is what helped me. I went through these pieces of content and I learned about it. And that's what I did. And I just direct them that way.
Yeah, but of course, in your role, as you mentioned, you talk to people from all walks of life, from super wealthy people to people who maybe not as financially astute. What are the sort of things that they're asking you when it comes to Bitcoin and about, investing? Meme coins may be part of the conversation now. They might be thinking, oh, I think I've missed the boat when Bitcoin hit 100,000. What else should I be getting into? Not so much your advice or your comments, but what sort of questions are you hearing a lot from people?
The wealthiest people I know are all in Bitcoin.
Right.
Already. That tells you one thing. They're already in Bitcoin. So they are more asking me when they realize how much I'm into it, like, what's the safest way to store it? What are your views on the price? How do you invest your money into it? Do you dollar cost average? Do you lump sum buy? Smart questions. Where do you see it going? And they ask questions around like regulatory clarity and this kind of stuff. All of the poorest people I know, no offense to them, but they haven't got as much money as these people, ask me about the quick wins, the gambling, the meme coins, the stuff that you will 99.9% of the time lose money on. So it's different. And I would say I'm like in between that. I'm not a super wealthy guy. I'm not poor either. So I'm like I can see both sides. And I've been the poor guy, and I'm on my way to I'm hopefully going in this direction where the wealthy guys are. But it's a different mindset, complete different mindset, complete different questions. Meme coins. I heard Tristan Tate say this on his Twitter, actually. Andrew Tate, Tristan, his brother.
Yeah.
He said, investing in meme coins is a rich man's game. Like, they'll put a tiny amount of money for them on it as fun, like betting on a horse or a number in the casino, because that's exactly what it is. If you are not wealthy and you're trying to grow your wealth, you need to put your money in sure things that you know are going to grow over time. And that sure thing that has proven itself for the last 15 years is Bitcoin.
Yeah. Now, of course, Bitcoin recently hit 100,000. A lot of people were praising and patting themselves on the back. Some people were taking some profits. Others were saying, no, I'm in this for the long haul, and I'll just see it keep on rising. Where did you sort of fit into that, those different profiles? You just thought, I'm happy with that, but I'm not going to take any money out. Maybe even dollar cost average, put more money in. Yeah,
I think if you're selling Bitcoin now, you're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. You've got no idea what this thing is. You've got no forethought as to where it's going. So again, it comes down to research. It comes down to understanding what you're putting your money in. Answer your question straight up. I'm not selling. I'm still buying. Everything still to this day that I get that's not what I need for my emergency fund is going into Bitcoin. The price is irrelevant at this level. $100,000 is cheap Bitcoin. In 10 years, when it's over $1 million, you're going to look back and say, what an idiot I was for selling my Bitcoin at $100,000, right? Because it's going to be $1 million or more.
Yeah, that was my next question, really, being drawn into projections and where you think it will go. So already you're on the seven figures camp, $1 million within the next 10 years?
I got no idea. I've got no idea. Every single guess that I would make is absolute bull crap, because I can't use the other word. So everything I say on this is just complete nonsense, and take it with a pinch of salt. But what I would bring you back to on that is, mate, when Bitcoin was created, 21 million were created on day one. There was only ever going to be 21 million. There is 65 million millionaires in the world, not billionaires, millionaires. So if all of the millionaires on planet Earth said, I want one of these Bitcoins, can't happen. There isn't enough. Now, don't take into consideration all the lost Bitcoins. An estimated 4 to 6 million are lost due to people not respecting it when it wasn't worth so much. Forget about the billionaires that hodl hundreds of thousands of these things. When you whittle it down, you've got about 10 to 12 million of these things left. There's 8 billion people on planet Earth. And this is the main thing that when the penny dropped for me, when I literally almost started panicking, like I need to buy as much of this as humanly possible, was one word: scarcity. When you understand that, you understand how many of these things there are, and you understand how early it is for this asset, and you understand how many people are going to be literally panic buying this thing at some point in its future. whenever that moment is, I don't know. Every country, every company, every human on planet Earth is going to want to buy these things, and you cannot change the fact that there only will ever be 21 million. Mate, the price is going up, right? I don't know what that number will be.
No, but
it's going up.
Market forces, demand and supply, the prices.
Supply and demand,
yeah.
scarcity.
Yeah.
There's, I've got a Rolex on. Not a very impressive Rolex by any means, right? But they make over 1 million Rolexes a year, and the average price for a Rolex is around $12,000. The Patek Philippe is a more scarce watch brand. They make around 50,000 or 60,000 a year, something like that. The average price of a Patek is around 50, 60,000. Something like this. Don't quote me on these numbers, but just the general direction I'm going with it, right? Rolex make over 1 million. Patek makes around 50,000. Richard Mille makes about 5,000 watches per year. The average price of a Richard Mille is $250,000 to $350,000 for a watch. Why? There's less of them. Scarcity. And so that's really my message on price, is just understanding scarcity, understanding how many there is versus the demand. Price is going that way, up.
Yeah. So we've talked to you about an investor, Bitcoin investor. How about you because obviously you've got your own businesses, accepting it as payment, unless you already do that now? When do you think you'll be at a stage where you'll start to offer people the chance to pay for?
Yeah, we do that. We have a software that does it. We've posted it a few times, and it's not really something that we have done a lot of, but we have got the function there. I'm not an expert in money or finance or anything like that. But there is people that I listen to and follow and books that I've read on the subject, and they say that a money, for it to be used as a medium of exchange, has to go through phases. And right now, Bitcoin's not in that phase. That will come later. And so right now, it's more in a store of value phase where the network's growing, the people getting into it are growing, and because of the hard supply, it's in the number go up phase. When the number go up phase dims down and it's not doing the large multiples of growth and a large proportion of the world hold it, then it will turn into the medium of exchange. Because I tell you what, I'm not giving anybody my Bitcoin for anything right now. I will never buy a coffee or a gym membership or anything with my Bitcoin. It's going up so fast. Why would I swap the thing that's going up for whatever it is I'm trying to do? I'll use my money, my salary, my fiat money, right, what it's called, to buy all those things, and I'm going to save my Bitcoin for the long term because that's where I'm going to get the most growth out of it. I look at it like this. My friend said to me the other day, but I can only put £100 in to Bitcoin a month. And although I did tell him, look, it's not too much money, you'd have to do that over a very period of time. And for sure, your money will grow. But if you really want to make money so your kids have choices, you've got to put more in than £100 a month, right? However, I told him where I think this is going. Look at every £100 you put into it as £10,000 in the future. So every 100 quid you put in now, your kid's getting 10 grand in the future. Look at it like that.
Yeah, good. Definitely one way to look at it. Now, you mentioned Eric Trump and Bitcoin Mina, which took place this week. So my final question is, what was your biggest takeaway among the people that were there? There was a lot of Bitcoin bros and gals there. There was a lot of great speakers. What was the biggest takeaway for you from that?
To be fully honest, I didn't really get too much from the Mina conference personally. I wasn't there too long because I thought that everyone that was talking about stuff that doesn't really impact me personally. But what I did realize is from the people I bumped into and spoke to there, that they were pushing big, and the main focus for the people there, especially the vendors that were there, was for massive corporations and countries. So it was an eye-opener in a sense where it was like, oh my God, they're actually doing this not for the retail like me, it's more for the countries in the region, which are extremely wealthy, and the big corporations to start looking at how they can get into this thing and store it in a safe way. So that was massively mind-opening. So it was all over my head and my level, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the main thing.
Yeah, that's a good takeaway. Just how much
It's growing.
The powerful people now are
getting into it. Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That's what you mean. So it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and fascinating just how committed you are and dedicated to Bitcoin and possibilities for the future. So no, thanks for your time. Thanks for coming in and talking to us at the Crypto Radio.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That was Cyrus Rostam, a Bitcoin evangelist who is definitely putting his money where his mouth is. For more great interviews about getting into crypto, head over to thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of the Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch the Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and thank you for tuning into the Crypto Radio. I'm joined by Agne in the Bitcoin MENA conference. How are you, Agne?
Hi, pleasure to be here.
My pleasure as well. So you've been in the crypto industry for such a long time, almost 7 years, and we want to just learn about your crypto journey. So can you give us like an introduction about that, please?
Of course, my crypto journey started actually a bit earlier than 2017. I learned about Bitcoin, I think, back in 2012 or 13, but I didn't believe it. I'm like, this is internet money. However, in 2016 and 17, I started understanding that this is actually the future of finance. How people did not believe the telephone will work, that internet will work. And I actually bought Alex Tapscott's book, and I was like, this is going to be revolutionary, and this is evolution of what we had before. So I actually enrolled to study master's degree of digital currencies and blockchain at the University of Nicosia. I think there are more universities offering such degrees now, but at that time there was the only one. And I thought, okay, if I want to study and understand what is happening, I have to do this properly. So that was my journey, actually, from education. But at the same time, I was playing with the markets. We called ourselves traders, but I was trying to apply traditional technical analysis, etc. Now we understand that it's not that straightforward. It's not that straightforward as a stock market. There are a lot of whales that can push the price, or let's say, yeah, it's not basically that straightforward for a normal individual to understand how the markets work. Where does the liquidity come from? Liquidity meaning the money that are flowing into the market. So for any retailer that say, okay, I'm going to be a trader, you have to understand that there are a lot of algorithms. We call them bots, robots. There are a lot of whales meaning people with a lot of money who can move the market, and you will never be able to understand what happened, right?
So like there's always this debate about you can be a trader for a living or you can't be a trader for a living. So in your opinion, in crypto, is it not sustainable to just make a pure living purely from trading, or as a professional technical analyst? Because many people push this idea that you can live off your laptop and trade.
I think it is possible. If somebody would like to be a trader, then I would start with a very simple coin, such as Bitcoin and USD. And then you see, because the fluctuations are much less than you could expect with other coins. We call them altcoins. Or some people can get lucky and buy meme coins. However, the meme coins can rise very quickly and they can go down very quickly. So if you want to dedicate yourself as a trader, you have to be in front of computer at all times. And we have all the trading programs and your coin market caps or CoinGecko on your mobile phone, so that you can react very quickly. So I think to answer your question, it is possible. Of course, it is very risky.
99%, there's the data that shows us.
Yes, but everything in life is risky. So in order to have success, you have to take risk. But it's very important to be educated. That's
And the path that you took, it's a bit unique because most people that we talk to, they tell us that they get their information online or they learn from others because there wasn't any formal way to learn, the world of cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. So do you advise people to, study this in universities if they offer it?
I chose this path because I was very studious. I like education. I studied actually finance in London. And because at this time I could not find much information whatsoever except this course. There were some YouTubers already talking about this and this. I'm like, no, I want to go deep into this and study. However, it is time consuming. I would advise for people to take some maybe easier courses, something that would be give you a background, give you a beginning, and then feel a pulse on the market on a daily basis. Follow crypto Twitter, watch YouTube, and I would also advise to follow economical and political developments in the world because everything affects one way or another. So now people ask me why Bitcoin is 100,000, etc., etc. All of this is affected. It's not only because of the market. The whole world is interconnected. So we have to be aware on a daily basis. Walk in life with open eyes, and then you can make your own decisions.
As right now we're celebrating, the 100K mark. We're attending the Bitcoin Mina in Abu Dhabi. It's happening for the first time in the Middle East. The Bitcoin community is celebrating globally. Like, what's your outlook for Bitcoin in the next decades or 10 to 20 years?
I mean, 1 million for sure.
1 million for sure.
What I studied economics. I remember it was my first class. So there is a demand and there is a supply. And in the intersection, there is a price. So we all know that Bitcoin has limited supply, right? So what is going to happen if there is more demand? The price is only pushing.
Of course.
So very straightforward as that.
And what would you tell anyone giving a negative connotation that, this is all just something that's a La La Land fantasy or a scam? Like, how would you argue against those people?
I stopped arguing already. Everybody's entitled to have their own opinion. However, I would like to stress our world is changing. People were skeptical, to repeat myself, skeptical of telephone. People said that the internet will not work. So of course, there will be skeptics in one way or another. You have to understand the financial industry is also developing because before we used to have, before banknotes, there was a barter deals, right?
Yes.
Then we have like centralized systems. Centralized systems meaning that there is a bank, you go, you put the cash, etc. Now we have cards to pay. So it is evolution. We are evolving step by step. And blockchain, in my opinion, will provide us the rails for the financial future.
And you're currently the head of growth of Wi-Fi. Can you tell us more about this project? And because I saw it's a neobank.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So Wi-Fi is a neobank. To simplify, it's a digital bank. So we're utilizing blockchain technology and also artificial technology. Our goal is to bank them. We really want to provide more banking services for people who were never able to access banking services. Like people from the West, they know that it's very easy to go and open a bank account in Europe and in the United States. However, we have a growing population in Asia, in Africa, in the Middle East. You would be surprised the percentage of people that never had access to bank accounts.
Yes. No, I can definitely attest to that because in such a grand concept, especially since we're here in the Middle East, 70% of the population of the Middle East doesn't have banks because they can't access that minimum account threshold, which is ridiculous. How will people buy their things online? The whole world's going digital. There's still some people don't have bank accounts. So I really commend what you guys are working on right now, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It was a pleasure talking to you.
Crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
We are looking for great guests for the Crypto Radio, from those curious about crypto to newbies starting out, experts to mavericks, and everyone in between. We want to hear from you and feature you on the Crypto Radio. We're all about community, from traders to developers, blockchain experts to founders and entrepreneurs. R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more crypto A to Z explainers.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Bilal, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, my name's Bilal. I run Carter Capital. It's a Bitcoin asset management company. Been running this since 2016. And prior to this, I was in the TradFi world, working at an investment bank, but now fully running a Bitcoin asset management company.
Right. Can you explain to our listeners what does that mean, Bitcoin asset management company?
Yeah, it simply means that I manage Bitcoin assets on behalf of a number of clients. So they entrust me with their capital, and I invest in Bitcoin, and obviously managing that exposure over a long period of time. The objective is really to generate low risk, long-term returns. Bitcoin is the most pristine asset, I think, in the world. So we really like to look after it for the long term.
Right. How has that changed over the years? We're seeing more now.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. You know, when I began talking about this in 2016, not many people wanted to listen to me. A lot of people said I was crazy, and these are just magic, invisible internet coins. They don't mean anything. Now, of course, we see so much interest from institutional investment houses, governments, and public figures that people are forced to take it seriously. So I've seen the interest rise and rise and rise, particularly this year, 2024, since it's become a politicized issue in many countries. And I'm looking forward to see what the future holds for the asset class.
Right. And how is it different here in this region? What are we witnessing in terms of asset management and Bitcoin asset management?
I'm witnessing a huge number of people that are open-minded to this asset class. You know, the Middle East is generally a very innovative and forward-thinking region. It's taken great strides in the last several decades and has been a global leader in a number of scientific and technological fields. So certainly compared to some other regions that I'm familiar with, I've seen a very open mind from people and institutions in this region.
Right. Where do we stand in terms of Bitcoin, Mina, and your asset management company?
Carter Capital has been supporting this event. We were very honored to be, I was invited to be a speaker at this event. I spoke yesterday morning, and I love sharing my thoughts and hearing the thoughts of other Bitcoin practitioners in the market. You know, we spend a lot of time researching, we spend a lot of time reading and studying. It's always good to bounce ideas off people and hear what other market participants think.
Right. Final question. What would your advice be to anyone who's trying to get into the field?
My advice would be to invest a small amount, whatever small means to you. Invest first and then do your studying later. It's all well and good doing desktop research and learning the theory of things, but putting real money on the line changes your mentality towards this asset class. And, you know, right now, Bitcoin stands at 0.2% of total global investable assets. That number is only going to grow. So maybe it makes sense to have 0.2% of your total portfolio.
For those who are not with us, we are now interrupted because Eric Trump is walking in.
There we are. Just goes to show how much of a politicized issue this is.
Yeah. This just shows, yeah, exactly. I mean,
you guys saw him. He just walked straight past us right now.
Right. It was a scene for those who are just listening and not with us. It was a scene.
What is your opinion on more politicians getting into Bitcoin? Why? You know, Bitcoin aims to be against until they decide.
I think it's a natural evolution of things. Bitcoin is it's a completely pristine asset. It's immutable. It's never been copied. There's never been a double spend. There's never been a fake Bitcoin transaction that has, you know, gone through and not been caught. So it's natural that governments are taking a closer view at this. If you look at the state of major economies, G7 economies, their national debt and the level of national debt compared to GDP and the income that those countries generate through tax revenues, we know that it's unsustainable. So President Trump has already spoken about Bitcoin being a possible solution to the sovereign debt crisis. Like many things in financial technology, I expect the UK and the EU to follow suit. But, let's be clear. This is the best performing asset of all time. We've gone from $0 market cap to over $2 trillion market cap in 13 years. The world has never seen a faster accumulation of value in an asset in history. So this will continue. This event that we're here today and the man that walked past is a testament to that. And I don't see this train slowing down.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there. R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more crypto A to Z explainers.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome to the Crypto Radio. This is Bo Jablonski speaking from Bitcoin Mina in Abu Dhabi. I'm joined today by Zuby, the British rapper. Hi.
Hello, how's it going?
It's great. Thank you for joining me. I would love to hear all about your crypto journey. I guess you're into Bitcoin?
Very much so, have been for a while.
How did you get started?
So I'm a computer science graduate. I studied at Oxford University, and so I've always been someone who's interested in computers, technology, the future, where the world is going. I've always had that intellectual curiosity. I want to say I first heard about Bitcoin probably around 2012 or 2013, but I just heard the word. I didn't know what it was. I didn't get into Bitcoin at that stage. I had just heard that there was something out there that existed called Bitcoin. I didn't know if it was some type of in-game currency or if it was like a PayPal competitor or what. And then in 2017, throughout the year, I had a friend who was making a lot of Facebook posts about Bitcoin, and he was particularly talking about how much his investments were going up in it. And I just kept seeing these posts on my Facebook newsfeed about Bitcoin. And one day came sometime in November where I was like, you know what, let me look into this Bitcoin thing and just see what it's all about. So I remember just going on Google, and I don't know if I typed in what is Bitcoin or how does Bitcoin work or whatever it is. And I just spent about an hour learning about it. And I was sold on the concept in under an hour.
In 2017?
2017, yeah. So I made my first investment into it in November 2017. And anyone who has been in the market for a while would know that that was coming towards the end of the 2016, 2017 bull market. So I put some money in, and the following day, the number had gone up. And I was like, oh, let me put more in. And the number went up again. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm a genius. I've just discovered the magic money printer. And this continued on. I mean, it went from about $6,000 to $20,000 per coin in about 6 weeks. And I was just like, this is insane. What on earth have I just discovered? Like an investment that triples in under 2 months, right? And so at the time, I remember in December 2017, I put in what was at the time a significant amount of money for me into it. And then, of course, boom, 2018 bear market comes in the next couple months, and everything just starts bleeding out in terms of the dollar value. But to my credit, I didn't sell any of my Bitcoin.
Well done.
And I continued to read books about it and learn more about the technology and the use case and just really continue to learn about it. So I spent 2018, 2019 just learning more and more and putting the money I could put into it. I kind of kept stacking sats, as we say. So that was the early stage. I can continue, but that was how it began.
So, like, for some kind of context, how much do you think you made in the first couple of days that blew your mind?
Yeah, boy. I'm not going to give like dollar numbers. It wasn't a lot though. It wasn't a lot at the time. I'm just like an independent rapper in England. This is again 2017. 99% of people who know me now didn't know me back then. I didn't have like a huge social media following or anything like that. I wasn't making a lot of money. And so it was percentage wise though. I mean, like I said, like the price of Bitcoin pretty much tripled in a matter of weeks, but then it dipped by like dropped by 75% or something like that over the next several years. So I was in the hole for a while. I was in the hole for like 2 years, but my conviction continued to grow. And every day my conviction in Bitcoin grows. I mean, I've been in it for over 7 years now, and I've never been as bullish as I am right now. And that's not just because the market is, it's not just because it touched $100,000 about a week ago and has surpassed that. And, you know, it's kind of fluctuating around that as we speak. But the more I understand it and the more I understand money and the more I understand the world and just, I have a good ability to see where the world is headed. And my predictions tend to be fairly accurate in that regard. I've got a decent track record on it. And the more I just look into it and I think about it, it just becomes more and more obvious to me. And I just learned today that 97% of the world has no Bitcoin at all. 97% of Earth's population has nothing. So for the people who think they're late, we are still so stupidly early that it's ridiculous. And if you look at the market caps of things that compete with Bitcoin, if you look at where people store their wealth, real estate, equities, bonds, various places, fine art, if you look at where people store their money, Bitcoin currently has about a $2 trillion market cap. It's nothing. It's nothing. Gold is at 18 trillion. For Bitcoin to reach gold, that would put one Bitcoin at about $900,000. And I believe Bitcoin is going to far surpass gold within the next decades.
800, 900,000, do you reckon?
I would say within the next 14 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you see Bitcoin taking over fiat? I did that again.
Go ahead.
So how do you see the future of Bitcoin? Do you see it overtaking fiat, being replaced entirely, or them both existing together?
I think for the duration of my lifetime, I see them more coexisting than Bitcoin entirely replacing it. I don't believe that governments and their central banks are going to willfully give up the power of their printing press and their magic money that they make out of thin air. They don't have that much incentive to do that. But in terms of purchasing power, I believe that Bitcoin absolutely already, it's the most valuable currency in the world already. It's only existed for 16 years. Like, think about that one Bitcoin is worth $100,000. 16 years ago, one Bitcoin wasn't worth $1. And now it's to go from, I mean, $1 used to buy you, I think, like 20 Bitcoins. So you've gone from, you know, a Bitcoin being a couple of cents to being $100,000 in under 2 decades. And the train is not stopping. As we've said, we've got a 3% adoption rate globally right now. And that's a 3% adoption rate, and it's at $100,000. We don't have any major nation state that is openly, as we know. I know there are countries that are buying Bitcoin, but they don't have it in their reserves like they have gold in their reserves, or in the way that they're, you know, storing their wealth to the degree that they do in general. So it's just, my point is just that we are stupidly early. So for anyone who's listening, who's thinking, oh my gosh, this thing has run, even in the past couple of years, it's run from, what was the bottom, 15,000 to 100,000. It's too late. You know, I wish I bought it 10 years ago. I wish I bought it 4 years ago, 3 years ago. In 10 years time, people are going to be like, oh my gosh, you bought Bitcoin under $100,000. You bought Bitcoin at only $200,000. Wow. Like, you're so lucky. You know how we look at our parents' generation who bought their houses for like $10,000, 12,000 pounds, whatever. And we're like, oh my gosh, you used to be able to buy a house for $10,000. And we're like, that's incredible. It's going to be like, for the next generations, it's going to be like that for Bitcoin.
And how do you see other cryptocurrencies faring?
I don't really care.
Bitcoin.
Long term, I see most of them going to zero.
Okay.
If people want to gamble, people are free to gamble. I'm not saying that there is no short-term money to be made on the entire crypto market. Of course there is, but there are 20,000 cryptos that are out there. If I fell into a coma tomorrow and I woke up in 10 years, I wouldn't be worried about my Bitcoin. I just want to know what the price was. But if I were holding anything else, I'd be wondering if it still even exists and if anyone cares about it. I got in 2017, and if you look at the top 100 coins or the top 200 coins between then and now, it's completely different. What has not changed is Bitcoin. Also, Ethereum has held up as well. You know, there's been a couple, XRP, there are some that have had more staying power, but it is completely changed. The things that people are hyping now are totally different to what people were hyping just a few years ago, which is going to be totally different to what people will be hyping 5 years from now. So depending on people's strategy and how they want to play it, of course, people are free to do what they want with their money. But just like there's dozens and dozens of different types of metal out there, there's only gold. Gold is gold. Okay, so someone might be like, oh, what about aluminium? What about titanium? What about copper? Those have their use case in many situations, but gold remains gold. No metal is going to surpass gold. You could argue that there's better metals for different things, and that is true. You could argue that there's ones that are easier to mold or more useful for certain technologies and so on. All of that is true, but gold remains gold. Gold has a way bigger market cap. Bitcoin has a bigger market cap than silver now, I believe. But gold is, for over 2,000 years, it's been the hardest form of money that exists, and something has just been invented 16 years ago that is, I believe, is better than gold.
So you see gold, I mean, gold is an investment, right? You see Bitcoin as an investment, or you see it as something that we should live in, we should earn, spend, circular economy?
I see them as gold and Bitcoin are both money. They're a form of hard money. So the difference between money and currency, I won't go into all the things that make a currency a good currency, but the core difference between money and currency is money is supposed to be a store of value. And fiat money is not a good store of value, because no matter what nation you live in, whether you are saving in, let's take the four most stable and not most valuable per se, but the four most stable fiat currencies would be I would guess the US dollar, the British pound, the euro, and the Swiss franc.
Yeah.
Day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year, all of them are losing purchasing power. It's called inflation. All of them are being printed by the trillions into oblivion. So we know guaranteed 20 years from now, $1, £1, €1, it's going to be worth far less now. Sorry, it's going to be worth far less in 20 years than it is now. This has always been true. But that's why people think the prices of everything's going up. Prices of everything aren't going up. The purchasing power of your fiat currency is going down. When you see the world that way and you think, okay, how can I actually store my wealth in something? That's when you'll realize, yeah, this is the use case for gold. Because actually the purchasing power of gold over the past 2,000 years has barely changed. The same amount of gold can still buy you pretty much the same thing over that entire course of time. And so because Bitcoin is deflationary, the purchasing power of it goes up over time instead of going down over time. So it's flipped the entire modern financial system on its head, essentially. It's an infinitely better store of value. So yes, there is volatility, particularly in the short term. I imagine for the next couple of decades, Bitcoin will remain quite volatile because of psychology and human emotions. But if you have the conviction and if you're able to control those emotions and just hold and chill, treat it like a savings account. Don't treat it like a quick flip. Don't treat it like gambling. Treat it like an asset. If you bought a house and the property of your house dropped even by 30% in a year, you would not sell your house unless you're a complete idiot. Okay? So treat your Bitcoin like you would treat a house or a piece of fine arts or some other tangible asset of value, because that's what it is.
It's great advice, but what if you are earning Bitcoin and you need to pay your bills?
Even better. Pay your bills in fiat. Save in the better currency, save in the hard money, and spend the currency that's going to devalue over time. If you absolutely don't have more, don't put your money that you need to pay your rent into Bitcoin. The first rule of any investment, if you're going to call it that, is don't invest more than you can afford to lose. So your day-to-day money that you need, I don't recommend you convert that all to Bitcoin at this moment in time. But if you have excess, if you are saving, or you want to save, then I'd say, yeah, you save that and then spend your dollars, spend your pounds, spend your euros. You can spend some Bitcoin if you want to, but long term, like I said, one of them is going to inflate, one of them is going to deflate. So do the math.
Do you have an opinion then on the communities that, like in El Salvador, where they are trying to do a full circular economy?
Yeah.
People are earning, they are spending daily.
Yep. I was there in June. I was invited to Nayib Bukele's inauguration, which is cool because he's one of the few world leaders that I actually like and respect. So it was cool to meet him. Yeah, what they're doing over there is fantastic, both on a governmental level, and also what you said with the circular economy. I believe I wouldn't be shocked if they maintain what they're doing. I wouldn't be shocked if within 15 years, El Salvador has gone from being one of the poorest countries in Central America to being the richest by a long way. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I think it's like mathematically programmed unless they do something stupid.
So you're excited about it?
Yep. And El Salvador is a great place. I was just there. Prior to recently, it's not somewhere a lot of people wanted to travel to because it actually used to be the most dangerous country in the entire world. At the worst time, they had triple the homicide rate of Haiti. And it's now the safest country in the Western Hemisphere by the same measure. So yeah, nations can be turned around, and it's a great country. Met a lot of great people there. I'm excited about its future for sure. I like what they're doing. It's very forward thinking.
Great. So before we get off, do you have any advice for newbies other than just grab Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Do you have any other advice for complete beginners to the industry who might think it's a scam, or they might be scared or intimidated by all this?
Yeah, learn, study, and be very, very, very cautious of who you take advice from. Most people don't know what they're talking about.
Do we?
I do. I'm confident in that. I do, at least in this topic. This doesn't mean all of my predictions are absolutely correct. Okay, I can't predict exactly where the world is going to go, which is why when I'm answering certain things, I'm saying 10, 15, 20 plus years from now, because if you want to know exactly where it's going to be in 2026, I don't know, right? However, I've seen these technological adoption curves play out many, many times in my relatively short life. I've seen it happen with email. I've seen it happen with the internet. I've seen it happen with mobile phones. I've seen it happen with smartphones. I've seen it happen with every single social media platform. I've been on Facebook for 20 years. The way people talked about Facebook 20 years ago is the way people are talking about Bitcoin now. I remember when people thought Amazon was going to flop and who would buy things online. That doesn't make any sense. Most people never get anything new to begin with. And they could even be financial experts in the traditional finance world, but when a new technology comes in, especially if the technology threatens what they know, you have to remember that. Like, there's people who don't really want to understand Bitcoin because for the past 50, 60, 70 years, they've been in the traditional finance and money markets. So this brand new thing, which all these crypto bros or Bitcoin people are into, it's a very foreign and weird to them. But that would be my advice. My advice is do your own due diligence and manage your emotions and be wary of who you take advice from. Don't just be cautious of your friend just Telegram message you telling you he's found the next Bitcoin. There's no next Bitcoin. The next Bitcoin is Bitcoin. Emotions are what will destroy you. You can't be emotional about it. Be very rational and learn and have a plan. And hey, if you decide that Bitcoin's not for you, that's also okay. I think you'll take an L over the next several decades if you make that decision, but you can be well ahead of the curve still. 97% of people have nothing.
That was the British rapper Zuby with us on the Crypto Radio. For more great interviews, listen live on thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
The Crypto Radio Masterclass, NFTs. You may have heard the term NFT and your eyes glazed over, but they're actually very useful and can be cool, as many are linked to art. Non-fungible tokens, NFTs, saw rapid growth in 2020, making the headlines with millions of dollars being exchanged for them at auctions. They are now being used across all sorts of industries.
So what is an NFT?
To break it down, non-fungible means it's unique and cannot be replaced with something else. There's only one of them, and tokens refers to a digital asset. So in essence, an NFT is a one-of-a-kind digital asset that you can own. It could be a piece of art, music, a video, virtual real estate, or even a tweet. When you buy an NFT, you get the original, just like owning a unique physical painting.
What are the key features?
Unique ownership. NFTs prove you are the owner of the original digital item. The blockchain backbone. NFTs are stored on blockchains, ensuring their security and authenticity. And limited supply. Most NFTs are created in limited numbers, making them rare.
How do you buy an NFT?
First, you need to get a digital wallet. This is where you store your cryptocurrency and NFTs. Popular choices include MetaMask and Trust Wallet. Then you can buy your cryptocurrency. Most NFTs are bought with Ethereum, which you can purchase from an exchange like Coinbase or Binance. Then choose an NFT marketplace. Popular websites are OpenSea, Rarible, and Super Rare.
Why are NFTs so popular?
Well, they provide proper ownership. NFTs allow people to truly own digital assets, just like physical ones. And NFTs support creators and the artists when you buy them directly. Plus, owning rare NFTs can be a status symbol and a way to be part of an exclusive community. For more info on NFTs and to read other explainers like this, go to thecryptoradio.com. This is just a taster of the content we are building at the Crypto Radio. The Crypto Radio is a new online radio station with a global reach, dedicated to the exciting world of crypto and blockchain. We have a strong focus on trust and transparency across all our programs and shows, which will have a broad appeal. From news to education, entertainment to communities, we are creating content for everyone, from the crypto curious to crypto OGs. New interviews, topics, explainers and shows are regularly being added, while you can keep up with us at thecryptoradio.com and across our major social media channels. We will educate, inform and entertain our listeners while growing and supporting crypto and blockchain awareness and adoption. We are the Crypto Radio.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $94,476, down by 2.06%. Ethereum price is $3,349.8, down by 1.62%. BNB price is $706.8, up by 0.28%. Solana price is $186.4, down by 2.12%, based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to the Crypto Radio with me, your host, Justin Harper. Today, I'm lucky enough to be joined in the studio by Jawed Ashraf, who is the CEO of Vayner. Welcome to the studio.
It's great to be here. Thank you very much.
Now, first, could you just tell anyone who doesn't know what Vayner does?
Okay, so we're a blockchain. We're listed on most of the exchanges around the world. And basically, if I had to say it in a nutshell, everything you use on the internet is powered by like AWS or Google. And Vayner is basically the AWS for Web3. All these crypto systems and programs and apps around the world, we want to be powered by the Vayner blockchain.
Okay, so you've got your own blockchain. And so that's obviously the platform to do other things. Mm-hmm. Gaming is one of them. Yep. What are the things that people can do on your blockchain?
Well, because it's a blockchain, you can basically build anything on it. And we're an EVM blockchain, which means that it has the most developers, it's the most compatible, and it's something which has got the largest user base in the world. So we made it compatible with Ethereum, basically. But even so, what we've been focusing on as a business is trying to bring in companies which are leveraging that technology to build the best of new types of products. So less about bringing the old into the new, but empowering new businesses, future businesses. And those key areas where we're focused on as a company is like the future of gaming, the future, which is AI now, it's all here. And then you've got real-world asset tokenization, which is going to be the next big field of finance. And then you've got PayFi solutions, which bring them together with the existing world, all these different financial solutions.
Okay, so there's a lot going on basically on that blockchain. So could you just name talk about a couple of companies? You don't need to say the names, just to say what they're doing. Say like a gaming company, how they're moving from traditional Web 2, say, to Web 3, and what that means for like the end user, the gamer.
Okay, so in terms of gaming, what you have is, if you look at the entire gaming market, the gaming market is sort of plateaued in terms of the way it can monetize. So you've got mobile gaming, and you saw last year there were less mobile games coming out than previous years because the market's reaching a saturation point, and getting fees is either a freemium model or a paid model. And even with a freemium model, there was so much competition in the market. So even though the gaming market is still there, you're finding it's flattened out a bit. So they're looking at how else can they monetize. So Web3 gives you the opportunity, because what happens is that when you play a game, a mainstream game, you can't actually own any of those assets. It's the same as anything else nowadays. You know, I used to be able to own a DVD or a movie, and now I suck my movies and music down a straw, you know, from Netflix or Spotify. And so with gaming, with gaming, you don't own anything. You know, you can spend hundreds of thousands of, you know, hours on these games, which some people do, and they own nothing. But now with Web3, you can own assets. But most of the games that are out there that have got massive audiences don't know how to do that. And then you've got the Web3 games who know how to do that, have no audiences. It's one or the other. So the people in our team, so before we became Vayner, we were Virtua. And we actually went ahead and focused on gaming, metaverse, NFTs, and we were right in the heart of it when the NFT mania was there, working with bigger studios in the world. But what happened was that with gaming itself, the people that we had in our team, we had like one of the guys who was behind Tomb Raider, one of the guys who was behind Rise of Legends, worked for THX, Electronic Arts. So we had gaming in our DNA. And we could see the problem that we needed to fix in the gaming market. And the problem was they couldn't extend the monetization as a Web 2 game into the Web 3 audience where they could make money. So what we ended up doing, which was great, like Viva Games is one of the biggest mobile gaming publishers in the world. You know, there are hundreds of millions of downloads of their games. And what we did was, we've just done this now over the last year, last 6 months, and we've got the great metrics and traction. They've got their games on iOS and Android, where they've got massive user base. And within the game, there's like a virtual tower. So imagine like a Clash of Clans type of game. And when you click on the virtual tower, it opens up a metaverse space. And in the metaverse space, there's all sorts of merchandise and gamification and leaderboards and ownership of digital assets from the game that can happen seamlessly for them. And that process is called live ops, because now you've opened up a whole store channel monetization for a Web 2 game. And that's where we've been focusing. So we're rolling that out in a whole bunch of their games. You know, you're talking about 1 billion users globally in these different games, where they can actually take their game and extend it out and create an ecosystem around the game. Because with all games, you know, online games, you tend to have the core game players, then you tend to have a black market around the game. So, like, you know, you have people in Fortnite, and then people in China or in other countries are being paid to level people up and play the game, and they trade, people buy the users. Now, and because they want those assets, but now if the users, the assets, their accounts, they're all enabled, people can trade them, but within the ecosystem of the game publisher. So now there's an entire area where they can make money that they can now get back, and it's a new channel for them. So that's where we focused in with Virtua. You know, we looked at Web3 games. We invested in Web3 games, but they don't have the audience. So go to where the audience is, and expand them out, and that's called live ops. That whole thing.
So you mentioned Fortnite, and I've got 2 teenage sons who play an unhealthy amount of time on Fortnite, and I said to them, look, you're playing all these games, but there's a new type of game where you can earn crypto. And they said, okay, let's have a look. And they said, but these games are rubbish. And that's what you're saying. Yeah. The games they want to play, like Fortnite, and spend money buying skins, are the Web 2 games, and the Web 3 games are just not there yet in usability. When do you think we'll be there, when there'll be really good Web 3 games that you can play and actually earn a serious amount of, you know, tokens and crypto?
Well, you see, that's the thing. I think Web 3 games need to understand their audience. Because if you looked at Axie Infinity, Everyone was playing that. Everyone in the last bull run. It was huge. But then when something else came out, the entire audience went. Because their motivation wasn't to play the game or even to enjoy the game. It was to make money. So in gaming, traditional gaming, people are playing because they love the game, they like to be seen. Fortnite is as social as it is playable. And people have spent a lot of money getting that right. Now, the Web3 audiences is a very small audience and they chase the money. And so I think with Web3 games is once they can make a great game and then have the ability to market somehow into Web2, that will be the sweet spot. Because this audience in crypto, at least in my opinion, isn't interested in playing games. It's just another form of farming. It's another way of making money. You can stake your tokens, farm your tokens, and it's just another way. And that's why they all use little bots and things to go ahead and do stuff on their behalf. So I think Web3 games are in a difficult position because if you look at the large studios, they've got hundreds of millions to invest. And you may have a good indie game, but if you look at all of the crypto audience in the world, it's a very small percentage. And the mainstream is bigger than more people watch events online than the Super Bowl. That's the audience they need to get to, and that's an expensive audience to get to. I think Web3 games need to ally with Web2 studios, provide them functionality where they know how to make games, and then they can spin off themselves. But trying to rebuild the wheel, where the wheel is also $1 billion behemoth, they're not going to be able to compete. So I think it's a tricky one.
Yeah.
And they need to understand the user.
And so gaming is obviously fast-paced. There's a lot going on, a lot of great things coming in, I guess. But then you mentioned AI, and that's a whole new ballgame. That's also very fast-paced, super exciting. What sort of trends and things have you seen in the AI space that get you excited?
Well, AI as a whole discipline is exploding. And there's many sort of applications coming out. But AI is still sort of relatively immature. Right now, everyone's very excited about ChatGPT and typing in and getting a response. But actually, when AI start doing things which provide utility to the end user, that's when things will start getting very exciting. And already you're sort of starting to see that with AI agents, which are literally exploding right now, today, in the space. But we have to remember an explosion of interest sometimes in crypto will only last 3 weeks. But what you'll find is that, and this is actually one of the problems that you have generally, when a trend comes out, there might be 1,000 companies who try to push something out, but often there might be 10 who are great. And people often the good ones get drowned in the noise of marketing and community FUD. So with AI, having decentralized AI, having AI which is autonomous and can do things like, trade for you, do wallet transactions for you, start regulating DAOs, do governance. There's so many things that can be done by AI agents today. And this is only the beginning. There's so much more which is coming down the road. I mean, on our chain, this is one of our key focuses. Our 4 pillars are gaming, AI, RWA, and PayFi. And with AI, where I think the biggest plays are coming, and in fact, companies that we've given grants and companies that we're helping along, I think AI decentralized infrastructure is the future. AI agents are here, but they'd have to work with an infrastructure. So if you look at, for example, we've got one company coming on board, and they're focusing heavily on the training data, because every AI in the world needs data to work. Like any other system, it's garbage in, garbage out. And right now, it's like the Wild West. You need a decentralized, central, verified training pool of AI data that all the AIs can use. And imagine if you could own part of that training data set. Let's say a medical training data set. And you were a stakeholder in that data set, and it was tokenized. And then yet people use it in all the AIs around the world. You're making money, but you're also driving money in to make the data set even better. That's the sort of stuff that is going to be very, very interesting with crypto. Because ownership of a brand new type of asset for a brand new market, crypto will accelerate in a way that Web 2 won't be able to. And people will contribute because data requires contributions.
So we've seen AI agents launch their own token. And we've also seen AI agents who've gone not rogue, but they've started to talk to each other and protect themselves and rewrite their own code. So, it's not like it's going to be 100% successful. We have to be really careful in this space, don't we? As you maybe mentioned there, as in how much power and what actually they can do. Otherwise, it could go horribly wrong.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the AIs you've got this morning, at the moment, aren't that sophisticated. A lot of it is like sort of program behavior, and it's there for narrative a lot of the time. But the next generation of AIs that are coming around the corner, we've got to be very careful about what they can and can't do. We're working with NASA and Princeton engineers on AI, and these AIs that they're working on have needed an ethics framework provided to them because they were going ahead and doing their own thing. So, yeah, it's a very, very interesting space, and it's a brand new world for the entire world.
Yeah. Now we're going to take a short break and come back.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more Crypto A to Z explainers. Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. And of course, there's a lot of buzzwords. We've got Bitcoin hitting and, it's all-time high, and there's a lot of people now wanting to get into the crypto space. AI has been around for a little while, but obviously new things are happening. And then quantum computing in the last week or so has suddenly become a buzzword and potentially could undo all of the, cryptography out there. So, what do you feel about quantum computing and the power of these supercomputers, what they'll be able to do?
We're very involved in quantum computing research. So, as I mentioned, we've got teams, and those teams have been working for 2 years on quantum computing solutions. And it is a brand new world, and it's not just about the processor. I mean, the whole quantum layer, people are working to try to push data in, push data out, have instantaneous forms of communication, and we are maybe 6 months away from launching a beta of a quantum connection in our blockchain, which will allow instantaneous transactions. I mean, we've got NASA scientists, we've got Princeton scientists, we've got a whole crew. We're talking like it's the most interesting thing I've ever worked on. But between AI and quantum computing, you have got the future. And like even with the chips that they're showing now, those chips are scratching the surface. Once you get deep into quantum science, there's a whole layer of reality which is there, made out of qubits. Think of it like the fabric of the universe, and people are pushing information and pulling it out of that. And you're talking about interdimensions, So, and it exists. I could talk to you about quantum science.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. So, just pulling up on what you said earlier, you said instantaneous transactions, i.e., right now transactions. There's a bit of a delay where the bank or the intermediary has to validate that transaction. You're saying in the future, it will just happen straight away. There'll be no delay whatsoever because of the speed and power of computers.
Yes, because I've seen the stuff working. You can transfer data incredibly rapidly. In fact, there will be a platform launching on our chain in 2 months, which will have links to our chain, which is doing just that. We're talking about transferring gigabytes of data in less than a second, and it works beautifully. So I do think that once you apply that paradigm to the blockchain, because decentralization, whichever way you cut it, is a more inefficient network. There's a reason that companies have centralized networks, is because they reduce the lags, the wire, the jumps, the hops. Now, a decentralized network, by its very existence and definition, means that if you're a corporate and you're connecting to a decentralized network, it's like an array of, even with great node providers, they still have to go through the legacy internet, and depending where they are, they're not as efficient as someone like Amazon, who's got, you know, like edge computing and all of those things, optimizing things. So you're going to need to have something new stitching those computers together, and I think that quantum computing will end up being that answer.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of exciting things coming. We're not there yet, and this is really how they play
very
out.
early,
Yeah, very early days. Another thing I just wanted to sort of ask you was about real world assets. And Joe, this is where this is where the challenge is. How can you relate it to the man on the street? Because obviously a lot of real world asset sort of talk has been, you know, about property and things that people can't relate to, as in because it doesn't affect them. But how would it affect the man on the street? What we're seeing, you know, the things we're seeing within RWAs.
I think it's more education, because like if you look at the man on the street right now, what options does he have to make money on his money? It's like put it into an account and get interest, right? And in this, you know, and put it into a PEP or an ISA, or put it into an investment fund where somebody else is basically playing with the money, you know. So there are very few options for someone, and the control is always out of your hand. Someone else is going to do this, someone else is going to invest for you, or you can go and invest in stocks and shares, and it's a crapshoot. Now, people have been making money from real estate, from commodities, from all of these assets with large investment layers, you know. They put in hundreds of millions, tens of millions. Those investments have always been outside of the hands of anyone who's a retail investor. Now, let's say so if I take one of the projects that's coming on, we have a company called Sereta, which is going to be launching on Vayner, and they're doing commodities, and you know, commodities like gold, copper, bronze, silver. But one of the projects is like a hospital in Ghana, for example. You know, they're building the hospital. Now, when this is built, there's going to be a return. The return is far greater for the end user than they'd ever have sitting in an interest account. And it's something which is far more solid and real than putting it into an investment-linked vehicle where they're gambling on the stock exchange. So they're investing in a project with a beginning, a middle, and an end. They can see a yield which is far greater than they'd ever get investing in anything else. So I think it's really a case of positioning and education. It's going to be the one where Joe Public can make more money with a tangible asset. So let's just say they go ahead and buy copper, which is going to be delivered in 6 months at a discount. You know that you're going to make at least the value of the difference of the copper by the time it gets to the port. And that could be like a 6-month forward purchase. So I think it opens up a world of new investment vehicles. And then imagine if let's say you invested in a gold token, which is going to be delivered in 6 months. That gold token could be invested into another product, for example, before then. You know, so like a digital sukuk or a digital bond. And so there's all sorts of things that will come to the end user, but there's regulation that needs to come around it. The KYC needs to be stronger. But certainly right now, when you look around, you know, we talk about the crypto market and people say Bitcoin's got no value, but currencies, a lot of currencies they just print as much as they want. And where's the underlying asset value? Since a gold standard, where has it been? But like now, this will bring a lot of tangible value back to real people. But I just think right now it's sort of not missold, but like there needs to be better education. People barely know what crypto is right now, the mainstream. And I think RWAs will be a fantastic vehicle for people to jump on now. They can make a lot of money in investments. But again, it needs to be where the company's proven. It's got a track record. It's got auditability, KYC regulation, and that's going to come over time. And that's why even the companies that we got coming onto our platform, like the Sereta that I mentioned, is like regulation, approvals, the KYC, the nature of protecting the investor has to be paramount before we'd even entertain it coming onto our blockchain.
Yeah, okay. But our listeners can't see this, but you're wearing a black T-shirt with a bull on it. And I just wonder, because we're in quite a big bull run now, is there any reason why? Is it because you're a big crypto investor, you're super excited about what's happening in the crypto markets, or you just happen to...
No. I mean, we had this made. It's a Vayner logo with a bull smashing through it. We did that in the bear run.
Okay. So you could see, you're foreseeing what was... You know, obviously, bear follows bull and vice versa. But
Everything follows cycles. And like, at the end of the day, we were here before. You know, in the last 2 cycles we've been here, we're one of the very few companies that's still here. So if you look around, there's only a few OGs who've been around. You know, like if I look around, I can say 80% of the people that we knew over time, their companies have gone. We've been here and building. We have over 200 people, you know, engineers, developers, people. We've been building through the bears. So because we believe in what we're building. And you're not going to build the tech for the future by just building it in one bull cycle and then disappearing. We've continued to build. So we've been very bullish from the beginning.
That's good. And so my sort of final question is, we've talked about bull market. Bitcoin's hit an all-time high. And, you know, a lot of people are seeing, perhaps for the first time, the long-term viability of it. And you're seeing governments, you're seeing institutions, organizations buying Bitcoin. That must be good for you, to people to say, look, the blockchain technology is something that now people are starting to take an interest in, and say that it powers so much, because obviously crypto is just one of the things that the blockchain powers. Crypto couldn't survive without the blockchain. So it really shows the underlying technology's capacity, I guess.
Yeah, it does. But like people tend to blur crypto with the technology. And I think that's the bit that still needs to be broken. You know, like I think one of the things on your board is crypto dirty, is one of the ideas for a future episode.
Yeah, crypto is dirty.
Yeah, because like at the end of the day, people mix the two. You know, if you look at your iPhone, all right, what do you care about as a user? You care about what your apps do. But you know, everything on your iPhone in terms of technology has completely changed in the last 10 years. Everything is different, but it changed, but your apps stay the same. And so people need to understand that crypto layer empowers your apps, your utility, everything. Your current day-to-day apps are all going to be using crypto, but using blockchain. But then mix up the currency, which is just one use case for the blockchain, with everything else. So I think one of the key things is, yes, it brings confidence back into the market, but it's going to go down, you know. And what tends to happen, and this is the worrying thing, is this thing bounces up and down in cycles. And when it goes down, people then, when it's going up, people are very happy. When it goes down, it creates a lot of disenfranchisement. People need to have better education in terms of investing in this, because it is so open, it's almost dangerous, because they just rush straight in and then they get smashed for 2 years, at which point they hate crypto and crypto is horrible. But then when it comes back, everyone forgets and they come back in. So I think there needs to be much more financial education. And simultaneously, there needs to be a separation of what the tech is and what crypto is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so you, as you sit as the sort of head of CEO of Vayner there, you are in what I'd call the sweet spot with the Web3, the gaming side of things, with AI, with the quantum, and then with the decentralized payment as well. It's like right place, right time. But as you said, you've been planning this, you've been building.
It's a secret of your 10-year overnight success. You know, I mean, we have been working on this for a long time, looking at future trends, and just touch wood, we're at the right place at the right time with the right companies, and I think the right vision to take it through. And we're building, we'll continue building, bull or bear.
Yeah, to the moon. Joad, it's been an absolute pleasure having the office, and you sort of blow my mind with all the things that are sort of on their way. So thanks for joining us at the Crypto Radio.
It's been a pleasure. Thank
you.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
Hi, did you like this show? There's so much more where that came from. Stay tuned for the latest in crypto news, expert insights, and exclusive interviews right here on the Crypto Radio. But that's not all. Check us out online on thecryptoradio.com for more in-depth content, and follow us on social media. Find us on the Crypto Radio on Instagram and the Crypto Radio X on Twitter.
Crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome to the Crypto Radio. We recently caught up with Ayman Sheikh, Chief of International Business Development for MENA at BTC Inc. BTC Inc. is a media company dedicated to promoting Bitcoin and holds high-profile events around the world. We caught up with her at Bitcoin MENA in Abu Dhabi.
So, Iman, welcome to the Crypto Radio. Can you give us a feeling of what's happening here? Where are we?
Thank you for coming here and interviewing me. We are here in the heart of UAE, Abu Dhabi. We're having our largest first Bitcoin MENA event, which is the world's largest event. It's our first event, and I'm here as a Chief of International Business Development to promote this. And our CEO, David Bailey, had a vision which is now coming into reality. And the reality is that we are going to have UAE be one of the leading areas as well in Bitcoin. The interest here has flourished deeply. As you can see, there are over 7,000 attendees and yet more to come. We have Eric Trump, we have Steve Witkoff, we have Paul Manafort, and we have CZ. And as you know, we have a lot of other very prominent figures that would like to be here to learn more about Bitcoin. And thank you for having me.
Right. For those who are not with us, the room is buzzing. As you can see, as you can probably hear, it's really loud. Where is this all going? What do we expect to happen in the next, I wouldn't say 5 years, I would say 5 months.
We are very fortunate that all of the entire world is now looking into Bitcoin as a reserve currency. Our country in the United States has already announced Bitcoin to be one of the reserve currencies to be announced in the next 100 days when President Trump takes his stand, his office. And UAE has played a vital role in inviting us here, and we are fortunate to be in Abu Dhabi today.
Right. Matt, your job now has become more difficult as more people are eyeing Bitcoin. How will you look into development across the region and outside?
We intend to keep spreading amongst all the Middle East and its neighboring countries as well around the globe. It's not difficult. We've been preaching this Bitcoin hybridization since a long, long time. People are now beginning to realize that Bitcoin is like the next to gold. It is like gold.
Is it more valuable than gold?
I let you decide that.
What are the markets that you are looking at for expansion?
At the moment, I'll let our CEO, David Bailey, answer that question. We are approached by literally the entire world at the moment, and we're lucky to be able to cater to the remaining part of the world as well. We are a very united company. We're going to become, hopefully, the Fortune 500 companies is my goal. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to such a beautiful young girl who has taken keen interest in Bitcoin.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm not that young.
Thank you. You are young. And
Just a final question for you. How do you... actually, what's next? You know, you were here, there's all this conference, there's interest. What's next?
So, what we're doing next is mainly making sure that people are well educated, especially the women, knowing more about Bitcoin. One of the key players in everyone's lives are the women that play a major role, such as you. You're a wife, daughter, mother, sister. And the more you get yourself educated about Bitcoin, the more you realize how it's an asset that you can control. not any other institution, not someone else. It's in your control, your money. How you use it, it's safe, it's transparent, it's yours. It's very simple to use, it's very easy to use. It's something that I'd like you to attend our conference, our speakers, listen to them, and educate yourself. And I'd like to include you in the Women's Roundtable, where you can have the opportunity with the women of MENA to sit down and understand what we're discussing about Bitcoin for women.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. Thank you very much, Iman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. And it's my birthday today, so I'm feeling.
Birthday.
So I'm growing like the Bitcoin today. Thank you.
That was Ayman Sheikh from BTC Inc., which is a huge supporter of Bitcoin. The Crypto Radio has a show dedicated to Bitcoin called Guardians of Bitcoin. It focuses on people who are doing all they can to spread the word and safeguard their own BTC fortunes. Check us out at thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of the Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch the Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome to the Crypto Radio. This is Bo Jablonski here today at Bitcoin MENA in Abu Dhabi. I'm joined by
Jake Seifert.
co-founder of BTC. Could you tell me what it is you do?
We are a booking platform that only deals in Bitcoin. So the host can offer their property up for Bitcoin and the guest pays in Bitcoin.
Okay, so you are Airbnb 2.0?
I don't know about 2.0. We're definitely we are a option for the Bitcoin enthusiasts of the world. Those of us who are living on a Bitcoin standard. Yeah, I think as far as Bitcoin standard, I know you'll probably ask me, but it's for those who want to denominate in Bitcoin. So utilizing Bitcoin through every avenue that they can. Some people, it's easier for them to buy cups of coffee or, a rental car. But it's more difficult in places like this, I would imagine, because there's not a lot of purveyors for the acceptance of Bitcoin.
So you believe in Bitcoin as like a circular economy, earn, spend, rather than just an investment, I guess?
Well, I think it can be both without too much conflict. I think we should spend and replace. We all are going to continue to have jobs, even if the number goes up, right? And we get paid in US dollars or AED or whatever your local currency is. And what we choose to do with that money or capital, it can really change the future. If you'd like to make a real change, is spending and replacing. So you get that money, you want to go on vacation, instead of you going on Airbnb and booking and spending your hard-earned money, you can use Bitcoin and make it more saleable by distributing it through the network.
And how did the idea for the project come about?
Andre, my co-founder, is from South Africa, and he came up with the concept. It's a brilliant idea. We have a shared mission to take this thing global, and we already have hundreds of customers across 7 continents, and little by little, we are making inroads to make that eventual goal of Bitcoin being more saleable a reality.
And how far in are you? A few months? Years?
Yeah, so our site has been live for over 5 months now. So we're very, very new, but every day we're making strides to create more in the market. We look forward to the future because we think it's, as the number goes up, it helps with adoption, but it will also help our business model because people are understanding Bitcoin more and more every day.
What kind of accommodation do you have on Air BTC right now? Do you have any yachts?
We do actually have a catamaran that's sitting, I'm not sure where it's at right now. I'd have to pull my phone out. But the last time I checked, it was in Bar Harbor, Maine. It sleeps 8 people. But yeah, we would love if someone wants to host a beautiful yacht and accept Bitcoin.
That sounds great. While I've got you here, do you want to tell me a little bit about your own crypto journey?
Yes, I'm a serial entrepreneur and been in Bitcoin since 2017. I'm a hardcore maxi at this point.
Can I just clarify? That's a Bitcoin maximalist. So you're not into any of the other cryptocurrencies, just Bitcoin. Can you tell me why?
Just Bitcoin. Well, I think everyone will understand on their own time horizon and terms because eventually everything else goes to zero compared to Bitcoin, right? So for those of you who had Ethereum and bought at 4,000, it went down to 2,000, or all these meme coins that just appear overnight and it's like great opportunity that you get rugged. And because it's not real. None of it's real. It's not based on anything. It's all speculation.
Okay, so if you invest in any of these other cryptocurrencies, we're going to lose all your money. Yes?
It's highly likely. It's highly likely, yes. But I mean, I'm not a fiduciary, so you can do whatever you want. And actually, I think it's good for some people to go through that journey and lose some money. And I know that's weird to hear, but not that I want anyone to lose money, but it's you learn about Bitcoin through experience. And I think that's one of the experiences is going through the bloodshed.
Do you have any of your own experiences you'd like to share with us of losing money on these coins?
I have. Back in the day, I did play around a little bit. I learned quite quickly that all of my energies should go into Bitcoin and creating more value in my own life. And it's really created this interesting chasm, that I've crossed to be healthier, to be better, to be a better human. It's interesting what Bitcoin will do to you.
Do you think that the future of Bitcoin is like the circular economy, like you're getting in El Salvador and other places? Do you think that the adoption will spread to that level?
Globally, I think it will. I think it'll come with pain, in other parts of the world. So like in the US dollar, for instance, we experience quite a lot of inflation, but our largest export really is inflation. So these smaller economies across the planet, they experience 10 times of what we do when it comes to inflation. And little by little, I think countries will see what El Salvador is doing with the Bitcoin education, with purchasing Bitcoin. They're trying to create a future that's bright for the children. That's what we all should be doing is striving for this future that we want our kids to be in.
Yeah, that sounds great. How many years, what kind of time frame are we talking for global adoption or circular economies worldwide?
That's a very hard question to answer because I don't think there ever will be full 100% adoption. I think it starts with 1% and then it goes to 2%, and then like wildfire, eventually it'll have more and more traction. I'm very hopeful for the future.
So do you think that decentralized finance and traditional finance will live side by side rather than one taking over from the other?
I think they have to live together because if, let's just say the US dollar or the AED goes to zero, the world ceases to exist. No one wants that. Even hardcore Bitcoiners, they still want to be able to go to a grocery store and purchase food and provide for their family.
Before we get off, I'd just like to ask if you have any tips for newbies, complete newbies coming into the industry.
I would say no matter what the price is, just buy a little bit. Whatever you can afford to put away, whatever changes you can make in your life, little by little to, maybe you don't need 2 cups of coffee a day, maybe you only need 1. Or maybe you can brew it at home and then spend all $8 or $10 on Bitcoin every day. I think everyone gets caught up in the day-to-day price fluctuations, but we should really be thinking about this long-term with a low time preference.
And for those who think it's all a scam, is there anything you could say to just change their mind?
I guess you'll find out, right?
Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more Crypto A to Z explainers.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of a crypto radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch the crypto radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
Crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to The Pulse with me, Justin Harper. Today I'm joined by MJ, who is a crypto and blockchain educator and enthusiast. MJ, welcome to the studio.
Hello, Justin. Thank you for having me here. It's a great day, and hello and good morning to everyone.
Brilliant, thank you. So we have big news in the world of crypto and blockchain. There's a big debate as to whether Bitcoin's 21 million supply cap is truly fixed or not. This has surfaced after BlackRock posted a 3-minute video, a Bitcoin explainer, which added a disclaimer that said there's no guarantee it won't be changed. Now, of course, Bitcoin's fixed supply of 21 million coins is one of its strongest value propositions. As a store of value, and uncapping its supply would, without doubt, impact how investors view the cryptocurrency. In the recent video, fund manager BlackRock explained that Bitcoin has a fixed supply of 21 million, adding that the hard-coded rule controls supply, purchasing power, and helps avoid the potential misuse of printing more and more cryptocurrency. However, and this is the big however, it also added this disclaimer that read, there is no guarantee that Bitcoin's 21 million supply cap will not be changed. Now, this is quite a big remark from one of the world's largest fund managers. So, MJ, what are your first thoughts about this?
Well, first, when I heard about this news, it reminded me actually about the whole time when China was trying to ban crypto, and there was news, okay, China is banning crypto, China is banning Bitcoin mining, and there was always a dump of the Bitcoin price. It reminded me of that, and after some time, the effect was of the whole China news being against crypto was vanished, and they realized that they always used to do this to dump the price so they can buy underneath. There were some investors in China, they used to buy it from low prices. That's what hit my mind at the beginning. But BlackRock themselves, they already have almost 550,000 Bitcoins, over 500,000 Bitcoins they're already holding. So it makes sense, actually, to have this small disclaimer at the end of the video. I've watched it. It's a great video talking about the whole concept of the Bitcoin. But it makes sense, so they will dump the price and buy a little bit more Bitcoins. Why not?
Ah, right. Yeah. So just to get this straight, you own a lot of a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. You put out some negative news. The price goes lower as a result, and then you buy more of it at a cheaper price. There's the hint or the question whether that actually was the tactic behind this.
It's hypothetical. It can be. I'm not saying 100% that was the purpose behind it.
No.
But actually, it was the news was out almost at the same time when the Federal Reserve announced the 0.25% decrease in the
on the interest rate.
Yeah, on the interest rate. Yeah.
Okay. So is BlackRock the first company to question this cap, or have other people said, you know what, guys, while 21 million is sort of much set in stone and everyone loves it, you never know, it could change. Then they're not the first people, are they, to sort of question this cap?
No, actually, there have been discussions about this. It's, first time it arose, if I'm not mistaken, by Bitcoin miners, the large ones, because they said by the halving events, when it occurs, their interest, their income is reducing at the same time. So let's increase the hard cap from 21 million. So in the long run, it won't affect their income and their profitabilities. It has risen before, but it never was very. It didn't get so much attention to it. So
Yeah, and of course, BlackRock are big fund managers. We mentioned they've been buying a lot of Bitcoin themselves, so they have a lot of weight in the market, right? So, what has been, on social media? What has been the reaction to this? What have people been saying about this BlackRock video and this disclaimer?
There were two types of reactions actually to this debate, to this discussion. One of them was skepticism. They were saying that, okay, if such thing happens, so the Bitcoin will lose its credibility, okay, and it will affect everything that Bitcoin was there for. Bitcoin, when it back in 2009, when it was introduced actually by Satoshi Nakamoto, the whole concept was the immutability of it, that it cannot be changed. The whole hard cap of 21 million Bitcoin was written in the cores of it. So that is there. But the other reactions were the supporters, the maximalists of Bitcoin. They were saying, okay, it cannot be done. So, yeah, these two types of reactions were there when I checked the whole news.
And so we look at that sort of from a blockchain technology, which is obviously one of your areas of expertise. How easy, if you could summarize it for us, how easy is it to just increase the supply of Bitcoin?
It is not that easy because there is one major factor here. Bitcoin and blockchain, okay, and cryptocurrency, they are backed by the community. If the community doesn't support it, it won't have any value to it. So for it to be done, it needs a great community to support the whole decision, and it requires a hard fork in technical terms, if I want to say it. It requires a hard fork for it to be done because the whole code needs to be changed. The hard cap needs to be changed. So it requires the whole new work. Like, for example, the similar thing happened with Ethereum when there was a DAO hack. And now we have two Ethereums. We have Ethereum Classic and Ethereum, which we know it's more than the other one, the current day Ethereum, the ETH. It has happened before in other cryptocurrencies, but in case of Bitcoin, if it wants to happen, it's a huge challenge. It's not that easy to be done.
Yeah, okay. And then just remind us, 21 million, how much has been mined and how much is still to be mined? As in, how close are we to hitting that cap?
Well, during the past almost 16 years, 19.8 million out of 21 million Bitcoin has been mined. But for the rest, 1.2 million, it's going to be almost 116 years more, 115 years more. So it's estimated because of the all halving events to be the 21st millionth Bitcoin to be mined in 2140.
Right, okay. And then you mentioned, this news. You've got obviously positive news, price goes up, negative news, price goes down. Have we seen much price action after this reaction from BlackRock, after this disclaimer? Have we seen people be getting a bit worried and the price softening a bit?
Well, there was a price dump actually today morning from 105K to almost $99,000 today morning, but it was majority of the impact was because of the whole Federal Reserve. It wasn't much because of the whole BlackRock disclaimer at the end of the video.
Yeah, and then you, from your sort of point of view, do you think this could happen? Do you think that we could ever breach that cap of 21 million, or this is just testing the waters there, but generally 21 million is 21 million and there'd be a lot of problems if someone tried to breach that?
Well, from my own perspective, actually, it shouldn't be done, even if it is hypothetically possible to be done, because theoretically it can be done, as I told you. It requires a hard fork, a group of developers, Bitcoin blockchain developers. They must write the code and do the hard fork. But if, in case for 1,000th of a person it happens, it will undermine the whole immutability and the whole fundamentals of blockchain and Bitcoin. Because when it was introduced, actual Bitcoin, the hard cap was written into the hardcore codes of the Bitcoin to fight the inflation, because it was in midst of the whole financial crisis back in 2009.
Yeah.
That was one of the core reasons that Bitcoin was introduced. So if that happens, it will crash the whole, in my opinion, it will crash the whole fundamental of what Bitcoin is.
Yeah, I
It
think-
will crash the whole trust of it.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people are saying online. Even
Yeah.
if you increased the cap, that wouldn't be Bitcoin. People wouldn't consider that to be Bitcoin above the 21 million. And as obviously the price has hit all-time highs and it's well over 100,000, there's a lot of very strong supporters of Bitcoin, Bitcoin maxis, what we call guardians of Bitcoin, who are going to protect it. The Michael Saylors of this world, and the big institutions that have been stockpiling it there. They're going to have a lot to say about this, right? In the future, if this resurfaces again, I guess.
Yeah, actually, it's in my own opinion, from my own experience, it won't happen.
No.
The whole discussion may come up again later in the future, but to say okay, it's gonna happen, no, because as you mentioned, if that happens, that's not gonna be the Bitcoin anymore.
No, you're right.
Exactly. For example, the similar hard fork happened, I think, in 2017 with Bitcoin Cash. That was the talk of the increasing the block size of Bitcoin when they introduced Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah.
But it's not Bitcoin anymore. It's Bitcoin Cash. It's something else.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, we're out of time. MJ, it's been a real pleasure having you in the studio and telling us more about this sort of, smoke, I guess, around what BlackRock are doing there. And thanks for just explaining it to us.
Thanks for having me here. It was an absolute pleasure.
Okay, you're listening to the Crypto Radio. That was The Pulse. If you want to listen to more interviews and listen to more of our guests, head over to thecryptoradio.com. Over and out.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
You're listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more, you can head to thecryptoradio.com. We have news, education, entertainment, and you can listen live. You can also find us on X at the Crypto Radio X to find out more. You're listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more, you can head to thecryptoradio.com. We have news, education, entertainment, and you can listen live. You can also find us on X at the Crypto Radio X to find out more.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
This is Rambomustdie for the Crypto Radio, speaking today from Bitcoin Mina in Abu Dhabi. I'm joined by Mike Peterson, who's the director of Bitcoin Beach. Thank you.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Could you explain to us what Bitcoin Beach is? What do you do?
So Bitcoin Beach is just a circular Bitcoin economy that started in El Salvador. We saw that most people there lacked access to the traditional banking system, and as a Bitcoiner, I saw how Bitcoin really had all the answers, provided the solution to the holes that things people were missing there, and so we started this circular Bitcoin economy that started very simply by paying people in Bitcoin, primarily the youth in the beginning. And we saw as we started paying people in Bitcoin, it changed their whole mindset about money, because they had always basically thought, I better spend it as fast as I get it because it's fiat and it's going down in value. And once they started getting paid in money that over time was going up in value, it really transformed the way that they looked at money and looked at saving, looked at the opportunity cost of spending. So we've seen it transform the small village there and go on to really transform El Salvador as they've adopted Bitcoin as legal tender.
So how do you, when you're walking through El Dante, that's in El Salvador, right? That's where Bitcoin Beach is based.
Yeah.
Can you tell and see a difference between fiat, crypto, like his life changing day to day for the average person?
Oh yeah, I mean, you look at since when the project started till now. I mean, it's literally the town has transformed. The streets were dirt before. Now they've been paved. The business, not with gold, but with much cleaner pavement. And so you've seen the businesses grow up. There's all kinds of small businesses that have sprung up. The existing businesses have had the capital to invest and grow. And so, yeah, it's gone from a place that was kind of depressing with the majority of the people really out of work or underemployed to right now the biggest complaint we hear from businesses is that they can't find enough employees. And so it's been really, I like to look at the bus stop in town because it used to be in the morning everybody was at the bus stop leaving town because they had to go into the capital city to find work. Now in the morning people are coming in on the bus because the whole surrounding area is being employed by what's happening in El Zante.
And can you see all the signs? So you're walking through El Zante and Bitcoin signs everywhere?
Literally everywhere. Every return, Bitcoin accepted here. Bitcoin fixes this. Bitcoin, I mean, the majority of the businesses have signs right out front. Yeah, and almost all the businesses accept Bitcoin and prefer to be paid in Bitcoin.
So tell me through, if I arrive, how do I arrive in El Zante? I flew from the airport?
From the airport, it's about 45 minutes to an hour from the airport, right on the beach.
I get from the airport on a bus, pay with Bitcoin?
Yeah, or with taxi. There's not 100% of them will accept it, but there's a BitDriver is something we recommend that he has 20 drivers that all accept Bitcoin. And so, you can find him on Twitter. I think it's his BitDriver is his Twitter handle. And so you come to El Zante, almost all of those hotels there, they all take Bitcoin. Restaurants, pretty much everybody takes Bitcoin.
On the beach?
So, on the beach, it's a beautiful beach. If you surf, there's a great wave there. The water is warm year round. There's no cold season in El Salvador. So, the water is like bathtub water, so it's perfect.
And I can buy my bottle of water.
Buy your bottle of water, buy a beer, whatever you want, you can buy there on the beach,
That's amazing. So for beginners, completely new to crypto, and they think it's all a scam, I mean, what is the one thing you could say to them to kind of get them to change their mind?
For me, and then, we're in El Salvador, we're definitely Bitcoin only, and so we don't really talk about crypto per se. And because I think in that space there are a lot of scams, but I just encourage people to do a little research on the history of money. A lot of times people think Bitcoin is a scam because they don't understand the history of money and what money really is, and they don't understand. Once they understand what money is, they understand that actually it's fiat that is a scam. And that Bitcoin, with the proof of work mechanism that backs it up, is really the best money the world's ever had. And so we live in this very unique time where we can have money that we can send anywhere. We don't need an intermediary. We can custody it ourselves. We can have self-sovereignty over it. And that's never been available to people in history, to have something with all those attributes.
I'm not completely sure that this is the future. So
100%.
So everyone's going to be earning, spending, living entirely in crypto.
Yeah, it's gonna take time. These kind of transformations usually take decades, but the communities that are embracing it first are going to be ahead of everybody else. They're going to be wealthier than everybody else. They're going to be further along. And so, it's just depends who takes advantage of this opportunity.
So you're about 5 years in El Salvador.
Yep.
How many more till you think crypto will be the main currency?
So I think within the next 5 to 10 years, we'll see the majority of transactions in El Salvador happening in Bitcoin. That doesn't mean the dollar is going to completely go away, but it'll be this gradual transformation over time that Bitcoin replaces fiat.
Yeah, and what about worldwide? Any kind of prediction?
I would say worldwide, I think we're looking at 20 to 30 years. Yeah, I think these type of things, when you're living in it, they seem like they take a long time. When the history books, reflect back, it'll sound like it happened overnight. But when you're living through it, it does take decades for people to change habits.
Any tips for people getting in there, trying to change their habits now? What do you think? How do we sell this to somebody who is already banked, doesn't need help getting a bank?
I mean, I'd recommend just reading up on the history of money. I think the Bitcoin Standard is a great book to start with, because it goes back and looks at the history of money, and then Bitcoin's kind of place in that history. So there's a lot of great podcasts out there that people check out. We have a podcast, Live from Bitcoin Beach, where we focus on what's happening in El Salvador. We interview a lot of great Bitcoiners. And so, just people to start educating themselves, and then to purchase at least a little Bitcoin. So once you purchase a little Bitcoin and start transacting with it, it's different. It becomes more real.
How will it change their lives?
It will help them really think about what they want to spend their life's energy on. Because a lot of people are just caught up in this hamster wheel of wanting more and more, and that's what fiat creates. It's easy to borrow money so you can buy a nicer car or a bigger house, and then you're just spending all of your time searching after these things. When people kind of switch to Bitcoin, they realize, I don't really need that extra thing. They tend to spend less. They tend to just make more value purchases, because every purchase they're making, they're like, okay, do I want to give up this thing that I think is going to be worth more in the future? And yeah, for a lot of things, you still got to live your life. And so, but it helps you make wise decisions with your money.
Okay. Ethan, thank you so much.
That was Mike Peterson on the Crypto Radio. For more great interviews, listen live on thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
The Crypto Radio's A to Z of crypto and blockchain terms. S for stablecoins. S is for stablecoins. A stablecoin is a cryptocurrency pegged to a stable asset, like fiat currency. They're also gold-backed cryptocurrencies. One example of a stablecoin is Tether, which is backed by the US dollar. As the name suggests, they tend to be more stable than other coins, as they are backed by real-world and less volatile assets. Stablecoins are easy to buy and are listed on most cryptocurrency exchanges, including Binance and Coinbase. For more information on stablecoins, visit thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $94,542, down by 1.85%. Ethereum price is $3,360.7, down by 0.66%. BNB price is $706.2, up by 0.57%. Solana price is $187.8, down by 0.73% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to The Pulse with me, Justin Harper from the Crypto Radio. Today we are talking with Joe David, the founder and managing director of the Nifos Group, a professional services firm supporting crypto companies around the world. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you. Thanks for joining us.
No worries. Thanks for having me on.
Now, as we approach the year end, we're going to be talking about one of the biggest stories of the year, meme coins, and specifically Pump.fun. Now, Pump.fun, if you didn't know, is a platform that has made it so anyone can be a meme coin developer, lowering the barrier to crypto and opening the floodgates to millions of meme coins. More tokens have been created, bought, and sold this year than ever before, driving degens to Solana, a major blockchain network. So, Joe, shall we start with the basics first? And you could just give us a quick rundown on Pump.fun, when it started, how quickly it's grown, and I guess where we are today with the number of coins that are being launched on that platform.
Yeah, so I guess Plum.fun kind of came out at the start of this year, so around kind of January time. And it was created, Solana has always been or tried to be the platform, if you like, that can scale significantly, speed, low cost, etc. Whereas Ethereum has always struggled with that. So Solana's meme coin craze was in principle was always going to have a bigger run than Ethereum because of the low cost to be able to do it, right? So you can do $50, $100 and the fees aren't going to be too excessive. So yeah, so when Pump.fun came out, they as you can imagine, they grew very quickly. And yeah, around I think the end of November, I think we've seen around 4.5 million tokens that were launched on Pump.fun or on Solana as well. So yeah, it's a huge growth. They make it super easy for people to launch meme coins, which has its pros and cons, of course. It gives people the opportunity to launch something without being some hardcore developer, but at the same time it opens it up to those nefarious actors that maybe want to launch things and have no real substance behind it. So yeah, some massive positives, but with anything in the world, there's always some kind of caution about it.
Yeah, no, of course. And 4 million is hefty number, right? From 0 to 4 million.
Yeah.
So it shows just how popular Pump.fun has become. And I think, as you were saying as well, it's very easy to do. How quick is it, do you think, to produce a coin and launch it? And what would be the cost involved?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, from my perspective, I've never launched a meme coin myself. So, I can only tell you from what I've heard online and with people that I know. But, from my understanding, you can pretty much launch it within minutes. You kind of you create a token, or as in you click the button, create a token on the system, and you give it the information it needs, the ticker, the max supply, and any kind of relevant links if you've got a Twitter or a Telegram or something like that. And pretty much you press create, and very, very quickly after that you'll have a meme coin live, which is why they're now saying that around 30 to 35 meme coins are being created every minute. So that kind of gives you the idea of how quickly these can be created. So in terms of the cost, it's free if you want to call it that to use. It's free in this world, but it's free to use Pump.fun initially. As with all these sorts of platforms, there's a basic free version, and then if you want to do more, kind of more advanced things or specific marketing, or they announced some other features recently, then you can pay. It's kind of like that freemium model. So you can pay for the added extras, and then of course there's network fees, and sometimes there'll be platform specific fees. So if you're launching it on decentralized exchanges, etc., there'll be kind of platform fees and stuff like that. But yeah, in principle, you could launch a meme coin on Pump.fun for free.
Yeah, okay, great. So that sort of answered my next question, which was really about the business model, which you've explained, that freemium, but you pay for these extra features to sort of highlight and promote your coin as well. So for that January to where we are now, towards the end of December, that almost year, what would you say have been the standout coins? And I mean that positive and negatively, like the biggest successes, the biggest flops, and perhaps even a few scandals in there?
Yeah, so I guess, some of the bigger kind of success stories, I think one of them is probably Pepe. Pepe, was created, and that has been a huge kind of success. Another one was called Peanut, which I read earlier yesterday, actually, that it was around a 1.2 billion market cap, which to put into context, most tokens don't reach a million, right? So one of the facts I saw was 99.9% of meme coins don't reach $1 million market cap. So for a meme coin to reach 1.2 billion, that's a pretty successful launch, if you like, and a pretty successful kind of meme coin to come out. So so I'd say they're probably the kind of the bigger success stories. Controversies are probably easier to find in a sense. So very recently there was the lady that Hayley Welch, I think her name is, the Hawk Tour girl. She probably, if I'm honest, I don't know this obviously for a fact, but was probably advised pretty poorly. Decided to launch a meme coin, and within minutes it was worth nothing. And it with all these meme coins, you've always got large holders, especially in the early part, because obviously people create them and then they're going to have large holders, and it's with the blockchain, it's very easy to see who those holders are and whether they're the ones selling the token. So so I think that's probably the biggest one more recently. And then there have been others, the likes of Logan Paul has been involved in some meme coin. I don't want to call it pump and dumps because I don't know that for a fact, and I don't want to get sued by his legal team. But yeah, Logan Paul has been involved in some, and even people like Caitlyn Jenner earlier in the year. I'm sure you saw that one. That one actually went quite well initially, and then kind of fell off after a while. So yeah, it's definitely something that I think is created with that, this in principle, a celebrity endorsement or a celebrity kind of connection can do real good things. Someone like Andrew Tate, for example, has quite often talked up tokens online, and they've run on quite strongly. But you've got to take it with a pinch of salt, because if that person then either does it without kind of knowledge of what they're doing, maybe take the Haley Welch example, or once they finish, because at some point they're going to get ball pumping this token and they're going to move on to something else, what's then going to happen after that, right? We're in a market full of sentiment. So yeah, so I probably rambled on a little bit there, but they probably be my main highlights.
Yeah,
both positively and negatively.
no, they're good. They're definitely good examples. So these are very risky investments. You obviously people launch a coin, you see it, you get excited about it, you invest in it and buy some of these coins. Then there's the real risk that something bad will happen, that the coin launcher will suddenly take all the money out once he or she's built up a significant amount of money, and then you'll get those, I guess, rug pulls, and you'll get these pump and dumps there. So if they're so risky, and there's a chance, that you will lose your money and the initial launcher will disappear with the money, why would anyone do it?
You want 100,000x, don't you?
You do, I know. Yeah. You mentioned the peanut. You mentioned the peanut, which around, I guess, the US election times, and Donald Trump everyone was, sort of saying, wow, that's amazing what that coin had done as well. But as you said, they're rarities. So you really are shooting, right? Aiming for the moon in the way, I guess.
You're taking a risk and absolutely. But again, I think it's like anything, right? If you have the drop on something, or if you have, some real conviction around a narrative, or maybe, a particular, so let's say that I'm making this up, but say the Peanut team, have this successful launch, and let's say they launch another one called Dina, for example, right? Actually, if they've done this really successful one, you might look at that one and go, well, look at what they did with the initial one. Even if it does 10% of that, it's going to do a huge number. So I think there's a huge amount of, this is the speculative place in crypto, right? Is meme coins, where you only invest in a meme coin, if we're all honest, to make money. There's no utility behind it. There's no, I really like this project and I really kind of want to get behind it and support it. This is just a case of, if I buy $10, $50, $100 of this, I hope to make, $500, $1,000, whatever it may be, off the back of that. And you see all the stories online. You see the previous kind of stories around Doge and Shiba Inu and all those ones, right, where they ran up significant numbers, and you think, I want to be the next meme coin millionaire. So yeah, look, we all get into these things as in the same way that you might bet on your local sports or whatever it may be. We all do that to make money. So that's where the meme coin draw it.
Yeah, imagine, as you say, there's a real emotional pull for this, and that making a quick buck, I guess. Now, Pump.Fun obviously has not been without its own controversies, as well as obviously some of the people launching coins on Pump.Fun. And we won't get into the live streaming, because that's sort of quite a dark sort of subject there, but that's been sort of pulled, the live streaming, what people were doing on there to promote their coins. But another controversy is actually some countries are looking to ban it, or have actually banned it. Is that right?
Yeah. And the main one, myself being a UK, well, not now, but I used to be a UK resident, but yeah, UK person. The UK was one of the ones that took it down quite recently, actually. I think that the FCA in the UK blocked people from using it. And actually, as we talked about before, we kind of came on air. Yeah, as you can imagine, there's quite a few EU countries as well that have said, look, you can't use this, and the likes of Germany and France being the kind of main ones. So yeah, it's not without its kind of controversies, if you like. But I think it comes back to everything in crypto, that regulation is super important to prevent people from deliberately trying to steal other people's money, but it can't come at the cost of innovation. And that's the really important thing here, is we've got to make sure that we kind of balance those two, that we have some protection for retail users, but at the same time we don't completely stop innovation. So yeah, that's definitely a point that I would want to make on the matter.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, as you say, it's quite a balancing act. You don't want to stifle the creativity and innovation out there, but you've got to try and obviously protect people. So what do you think will come first? That the meme coin craze will sort of fade out as people sort of, the novelty wears off, or that more jurisdictions will ban Pump.Fun, that you wouldn't actually be able to? Of course, there are rivals to Pump.Fun out there, where you can launch launch your own coin. But how long do you think the meme coin craze will last? Do you think it's got longer to go?
Yeah, I think again, I'm not going to pretend to be a trader or a market kind of analyst or anything like that. So I can't give any guarantees. But I think if we look at previous kind of cycles in crypto, you have the kind of the meme coin, the kind of the crazy super push upwards, and then you have the kind of more stronger sentiment towards the Bitcoins, the Ethereums, etc. And then the market itself, yes, we still then see some of those larger altcoins grow as well, but the market itself kind of finds its place. And when the market's in a downturn, you're not going to see huge launches of meme coins. So I think you probably have got some going into the new year, you've probably got some more run on some of this. And I think throughout however long this current bull run lasts, we will see meme coins being created. I personally think as they will slow down and they will die off as soon as some of these other larger altcoins start to move. So if you look, for example, take XRP, right? XRP's done like 450% in the last 2 months. That's better than the majority of meme coins out there.
Yeah, as you say, everything sort of has its cycle. Now, you confessed to me, I jokingly say confessed, that you have actually dabbled in meme coin investing yourself. What do you look for? Is it just a bit of fun, or do you actually look for, as we said, it's still about making money and entertainment as well? What do you look for with these coins, and what's your sort of strategy?
Yeah, so for me, like I say, I'm not going to profess to be a trader. An element of fun, an element of having an opportunity to see if I can turn, a couple of SOL into 5, 6, maybe 10, something like that, and just see where it goes. And you put. I'm in the UK. I'm from a place called Cheltenham, and in Cheltenham we have a big horse racing track, and we have some really big kind of horse races there. And I would go to the horse races and I'd put some money on the horses, and I would take however much money I was willing to lose, right? And I wouldn't take any more than that, and I'd be very disciplined with that. And I'd only if I spent all my money and there was a race left, I wouldn't spend any more. And that's kind of how you've got to take the meme coin phase, right? Is you've got to say, I am willing to lose, for example, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever number of SOL you're willing to lose. You put that in a wallet and you trade with that. And when that's gone, it's gone. Now, if you're, in a position where actually you're putting 1 SOL a month or something like that, then fine. But once that 1 SOL's gone, you move on, and you be sensible, and you have discipline. So, it is really hard because every day you're seeing these new things launching. But I think you've just got to have that discipline of saying, I'm only going to invest what I can afford to lose. That's what this number is, and then move on from there. In terms of the kind of strategy, it's more around sentiment of kind of groups and friends and thankfully for me, some clients that I work with that that have opportunities to get into things. So I rarely scour pump.fun for hours and try and find the latest narrative. I'm more kind of speaking to people and researching via groups I'm in and friends I have than specifically trying to find the next gem myself. But that's just me.
Yeah, discipline obviously is the name of the game, but obviously when you're sitting in front of your computer and you're seeing all these things sort of take off and rocket, discipline sometimes goes out the window. But we're gonna nickname you Joe, Mr. Discipline David, I think now, because I believe you are.
I'll get the tag of the boring accountant. But most boring accountants wouldn't trade meme coins, I guess.
No, you're right. You've got a little edginess to you there. But Joe, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for explaining to us one of the biggest stories of the year with meme coins and pump.fun. And yeah, let's keep an eye on things and see just what happens, I guess, for next year, whether they repeat the success or, as we maybe think, they might start to fade away. Joe, thank you for joining us at the Crypto Radio.
Thanks for having me.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more crypto A to Z explainers.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
welcome to the Crypto Radio with me, Justin Harper. I'm happy to be joined by Carl Rudefeld, Carl Moon, who has the Moon Show. Carl, welcome to the Crypto Radio.
Thank you so much for having me here.
No, it's great. It's our pleasure to have you. Now, firstly, we're going to ease you in. Easy question. What gets you up in the morning? What motivates you to get up and come to work?
I think what motivates me is to always, because I have always a vision in my mind of where I want to be and where I want to go. And I think that's what motivates me. I think the reason why most people don't get successful is because they don't know what they want. So people that don't know what they want, they focus only on the things they don't want, because that's usually their reality. Like, you know, maybe they're 9 to 5, maybe bills to pay and issues. That's what they focus their energy on, and they just get more of that because that's how the law of attraction works. But for me, it's like I have a vision always, and I always know what it is that I want and where I want to be. So my energy is focused on that, and that makes me motivated and makes me get up in the morning.
Can you give us a little insight into that vision? Is it making money, giving money back, improving yourself? What would you say is the core of your vision?
So I was working in a supermarket, and obviously for me that was not really like what I thought I was meant to do. I felt like I was meant to do something bigger. So I decided that I needed to change my life, and I learned about the law of attraction. I found online all this information about how to change your life. I listened to a lot of podcasts with very successful people to kind of understand how their mindset worked. And most of them always talked about mindset. They talked about how they believed in themselves. They talked about how they envisioned themselves as successful before they were, and all of these things. So I realized that I need to have a vision, and I need to know where I'm going, because otherwise how can you possibly go anywhere? So yeah, I started just visualizing myself living my dream life. And when I was working in the supermarket, my idea of my dream life was basically, being wealthy and flying private jets and having cool cars, because that has always been my dream, to have cool cars. It wasn't more specific than that. It was more like just I want to be very successful and very wealthy. And one very important thing that I always visualized was having my parents proud of me, because back then they were the exact opposite of proud of me, So that was a big thing for me. Like, just I visualized myself, I imagined talking to my parents, and they were like proud of me, and they were like, wow, you did such a good job, because I didn't hear that from them, because I didn't do a good job back then. I was a bit of a loser, to be honest. Like, I dropped out of school. I was in a supermarket, and I had I really didn't have any aspirations or anything. I was like in a pretty bad spot, basically, and that also translated over to my parents feeling bad. And you don't want to have your parents feel bad because of you, right? So that was a huge motivator for me, actually.
Was there one guru, like a Tony Robbins or someone that really clicked for you, and you said, I really believe in what they say, or they've got a great sort of plan that I'm going to start following through? Or it was a combination of motivations and
I would say it would be a more of a combination, because there's not like one guy that I listen to a lot. No, it's more like actually the funny story is that I felt like the universe was forcing me to learn about these things. So it's not like there was like one guru online. It's more like this information just kind of fell into place one by one, and like I got these like messages from the universe, kind of number sequences and like synchronicities in terms of the law of attraction. It was like to me it was like very obvious that the universe, or like something is telling me that I need to learn about the law of attraction, and so that's why I took it seriously. And I think that's why I also never gave up on it, because I knew that like something bigger than me is telling me to learn about it. So if I don't see a change in 3 months, doesn't matter. Like, I will keep visualizing, I will keep focusing on my vision, because something bigger is at play,
You were working in a supermarket. You wanted to make your parents proud of you. You wanted to obviously be wealthy and make a lot of money. Was crypto the first thing you did, or were there other things that you did before you decided that crypto would be your path to success?
When I started visualizing my future and my dream life, I actually didn't even know that Bitcoin existed, So I was in a supermarket and I had no education. I had actually nothing. Like my parents, they're not poor, but they also don't want to just hand me money, you know, like I didn't know what to do. That's why I felt so bad. I was so depressed actually, because I was like, what am I supposed to do now? No education, no vision. And I think that's actually usually, I think depression might usually come from that. You know, people that don't have a vision, like they don't know where they're going. I tried some drop shipping business. I tried like this Amazon, FBA, like people that watch this probably, some people know what this is, but it's like, you know, trying to do online e-commerce basically. Unfortunately, was not able to turn a profit on that. I think the main reason was that I just didn't have any passion for it. I think one thing led to the other. So basically, I think it's very important to start something, because the act of starting something is a very big energetic move. It shows the universe and yourself that you believe in yourself, and it's like, you know, you're about to break the matrix, you know. So I think the ideas that I got from starting those businesses gave me the idea to eventually start the YouTube channel with crypto, because simultaneously I was also like reading about crypto. I found a video about Bitcoin just like randomly, and then eventually I came to the conclusion that maybe I should try to start a YouTube channel and talk about Bitcoin, and then I can monetize that by selling t-shirts. So like, so basically the e-com, like I was thinking, like I thought that's a good way to make money maybe. But the funny thing is that the moment I started my YouTube channel, which is called The Moon Show now, and started making videos about Bitcoin, I completely forgot about monetization, because I had so much fun doing it. I was making videos every day, and I had comments and likes and views, and I was making the videos, you know, in the morning or in the evening before or after my supermarket shift. And I was enjoying it. I was loving making those videos, and for the first 6-7 months, I made zero money actually from that. Right. But I had so much fun. So yeah, I was doing that YouTube channel, and then I started getting sponsors and affiliate partnerships on that, and eventually it just started to skyrocket from there. Yeah.
And as you say, having fun and having passion, it doesn't feel like work. It was like a hobby. But what was it that made it fun, making videos about Bitcoin and crypto? What was it that you really enjoyed about doing that?
Well, first of all, I realized that I have a passion for Bitcoin, because I think Bitcoin is will save many people from oppression from banks, and, you know, oppression from governments and all these things. So I think it's a very important part of humanity, you know. Freedom of money, you know, like you don't even have any control of money, because even the cash, even if you think cash is, but no, they can still dilute your cash by printing more money. So in the banking system, you're completely oppressed and controlled by the banks. So I realized that very early on, that Bitcoin is the solution to those issues, and I wanted everyone to know about it. So obviously I put all my money into it, like literally all my grocery store money went straight into Bitcoin every month, like all my salary, what I didn't need for like living, straight into Bitcoin. And yeah, and then I just wanted to tell everyone in the world, and that's why I made the YouTube channel. And
I have to ask, what were your parents thinking or saying when you were pumping all of your grocery store salary into Bitcoin and making this YouTube channel? For the first 6 months where you weren't making any money, there was a bit of tension in the household?
A lot, yeah. So first of all, I didn't tell them that I was putting all my money into Bitcoin, because I was actually still living at home with them. I was living in the basement, so basically, like, you know, the meme, like, I lived in my mom's basement, you know, making videos, and then I was working in a supermarket. I think people on YouTube watching me thought I was like this very cool guy, you know, like I was a little bit pretending, you know.
Fake it until you make it.
But I had a true passion for Bitcoin, and I think the funny thing is, like, back then specifically, that was back 2017, 18, there was no expert in crypto. Like, there is no expert. Like, if you go to stock markets, yeah, you have these people that have been doing it for 40 years, you know. But in crypto, back then, it was only existing for like maybe 6-7 years. So like, who is the expert, you know? So in that situation, like, if I have at least 3 months of education in crypto, somehow I became the expert, you know. And that's the funny thing. Like, I was sitting there and just talking about Bitcoin, and I was so passionate about it. I was learning every day, and I was just teaching people what I was learning. And I think that's the best way to learn, is actually to teach.
Yeah,
and I heard that prior, and that's why also that was one of the reasons for the channel as well. Because if I teach people, then I have to learn, so it's correct information. So yeah, I think that's a little bit of a funny story, but
absolutely, in the basement, you know, and then sort of and then going to work in the grocery store and then coming home and making these videos. And as you said, the followers started to come and then the advertisers came. When did it click that you thought, you know what, I can actually make this a full-time job and this is what I want to do? When did the penny drop on how successful, how profitable this could be as a venture?
When I turned on YouTube ads, because the first 6 months I didn't have any ads on as well, because I didn't really think about it. I think also you need X amount of hours on YouTube watch time to get ads. So when I turned it on, from one day to the other, I started making like, I think $3,000 or $4,000 a month, which for me was insane, because that was like 3 times what I made from the grocery store. And I think that's when I realized like, okay, now I could actually, this I can do for a living. But I didn't quit my job yet, because I was a little bit afraid, like maybe this doesn't work out, you know. So I still kept working there for a few months, and I put like also some affiliate links to exchanges that I was trading on, and that's when it really started taking off. Because then, from one other month to the other, I started making like $10,000, $15,000 a month, and then I was like, wow, this is mind blowing. Like sure, private jets and stuff, but just being able to make that kind of money to me was insane, because then I was like, wow, I could, if I keep making that money, then I'm completely free.
Yeah. Were you surprised by how quickly things took off at that speed and how much money you were making?
I wouldn't say surprised, because somehow it's like, yeah, that's exactly what I was visualizing. I knew it was going to happen, so I'm not surprised it's happening. I'm happy it's happening, but it's like, it's just a plan, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, if you go to the restaurant and you order a kebab, you're not surprised you're getting a kebab, right? The first money I made, that was maybe the first time I was like, it gave me confirmation, okay, it's working. Law of attraction is working, my vision is working, and the universe has given me this path now, my destiny, and let me just fulfill the rest of my goals now. So it gave me the confidence, and it killed a lot of the doubt, you know?
Yeah.
And that helped me go from that to where I am today.
Yeah, what was that time frame from that to that? Like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, to where you are now, to when you turned on the ad, you started making money. How quickly did things grow and take off?
So, okay, so I quit my grocery store job November 2018.
Okay.
Then I was already probably making like $10,000, $15,000 a month, I think, something like this from YouTube. So I should have quit earlier, but I didn't know.
Maybe you love working in a grocery store so much.
Well, it's just like I didn't know what else to do. Like, what do I do? Because I made 1 video per day. Like, I didn't work a lot on my YouTube channel. It took me like maybe 3 hours per day maximum. So what do I do rest of the day, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Phone, checking crypto prices.
People queuing up to pay.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you know, like, so my boss didn't like that, and he told me, I don't seem to be so motivated anymore. Maybe it's better you just, you know.
Of course, I'm not motivated. I'm making twice as much, 3 times on a YouTube channel.
Yeah, so he fired me in a very kind way. He basically helped me fire myself. So, but yeah, I mean, that was not a big issue, right? I was making good money. And then he said something like, or I think I said something like, yeah, but I make good money from this now. And he was like, yeah, but not more than if you own the supermarket. And back then, that's probably true. He probably made more money than me then, because I made maybe like $10,000 a month. But now, it's a bit, you know. So it was just a funny comment, you know. He was like, you know, a little bit proud. It was a funny moment. But yeah, I actually didn't hate working in the supermarket. Like, I had good friends there. It was better than sitting at home being depressed, you know.
Yeah, no, of course. You were doing something of value, I guess, in the store. And then this was in Sweden, I assume. And then when did you move to Dubai, and why did you decide to come to Dubai?
So I quit my grocery store job 2018, and then for like 1 year I was traveling around with my friend Chris, Crypto, who is also a crypto YouTuber. We made YouTube videos together in the beginning. Well, not together, but like we were traveling together, going to conferences, making videos and stuff. And then we moved to Thailand for 8 months during the whole COVID kind of thing, the pandemic, let's say. And then after Thailand, I immediately came here and opened up a company, and yeah.
Okay. And so people have these milestones in their life, like their marriage, their first child, first job, first Bugatti is a milestone for you. You remember the day itself, how you're feeling. That was like a key thing for you when you bought that, or there was another car, or there was another moment. But how big was that?
I mean, so the Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport has always been my dream car since I was a very young teenager, like when I was a kid, basically. The car came out in 2007, 2008. And ever since then, it's been like the ultimate car for me, like the coolest car, the most iconic car. And I always knew that, like, if I have that in the future, that would be like, I'm on the top of the world, you know? I always thought, like, people that have a Bugatti are like the coolest people in the world, and like, you know? So I always visualized, I always wanted to have that Bugatti, and like, when I was able to buy it, it was just like a crazy moment, because I realized, like, now I am that person that I always wanted to be. Like, if I can be that kid again and see myself driving around in this Bugatti, I would be like, wow, who are you, man? Like, what do you do for a living? Like, bro, can I take a picture with your Bugatti, and can I touch it? You know, stuff like this. So like, to be that person now, it's a cool thing, you know.
Yeah.
So that was a cool moment for me, and my family loves it as well. So basically, I bought the car for me and my family as well, because my family loves cars as well, and everything I buy they can use as well, you know. So
yeah, it's got utility across the family. Did you send a photo of it to your old grocery store manager to say, look at this?
No, I did not. But I mean, they all follow me on Instagram anyways.
So
I think
they knew anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're going to take a short break and come back.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. So Bitcoin Influencer, the YouTube channel, when did you start venturing out of Bitcoin and looking at other opportunities within crypto and business ventures?
I mean, all my businesses are fully crypto. I don't have any business which is outside of crypto, because I feel like it's a waste of my time to do something where you make less returns, you know. So I'm fully crypto, and I will imagine all my businesses will keep being crypto for the next 10 years. Crypto is still early, you know, like Bitcoin is still, I think today, still below 100K, or like just about 100K. So Bitcoin will go to, you know, millions of dollars per coin. So we're far away from where it's going to be. And yeah, I keep building in crypto.
Yeah, I thought I read somewhere that you're involved with somewhere like 400 different companies. Is that?
Then it's my investments, investment in tokens. So it doesn't mean I'm involved with them, but I invest, and then hopefully they do a good job, you know. But nowadays I don't invest in so many anymore. What I do now is I invest bigger tickets into fewer companies, and then I am more involved, because then I usually invest equity, and then I sometimes even majority shares, and then I basically incubate and advise, and we have a team that has done many things before in crypto, so we can help out with many things.
Yeah. How many? Putting the money in is one thing, but as you said, you advise and you're actually going in and giving your expertise. How many companies do you think you can, you know, have at any one time? 3, 4 that you could be involved with and still keep your, so to speak, day job?
Well, it depends on the level of involvement, because some of my investments, it's very low level involvement. It's more like just advising. Not much at all, but some are more like we truly like incubate and do a lot of the legal and finance and sometimes help out with advising on tokenomics if someone is about to launch a token. Like there's might be a lot of work involved, and in that case, I mean, I still think like 5, 6, 7 of those shouldn't be a big issue. We already have a few of those, and yeah.
And how important was it to keep up the social media, to do the YouTube channel, to do the podcast, even when, you know, your time was probably, you know, harder to find with all of these other things you were doing, to still keep up the education and that social media, which you're doing? How hard was it, and why was it so important for you to still keep on making content?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's hard. Making videos, for me, it's so easy. It was easy in the beginning, and to this day, it's still very easy. It's like a flow state kind of thing. And like I said, like with the law of attraction, like, so I always say this because I think it's true. Like, when the law of attraction is working for you, it's when you love what you're doing and you make money from it, but the money almost is more like a consequence rather than like the point of it, you know? The YouTube journey has always been a part of my identity, and I don't want to change that. Right now, people enjoy these videos, and I want to keep doing them.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of money coming in with you know, the crypto investments and with your other ventures, and obviously there's money going out. Your philanthropy, you're giving money to charity and different causes. Do you want to talk about some of the things that you're passionate about when it comes to funding?
I think it's always important that we do charity when we have money, and I think it's also important to do charity for something you truly believe in. So that will be different for everyone, right? So for me, that is the children with disabilities, and that comes from the fact that my little brother was born with multiple disabilities. Yeah, he's definitely my little hero. But yeah, so that's why for me, charity for children with disabilities, children with Down syndrome. So that is something I care about, and.
So that's really that crypto for good, with obviously making money out of crypto and giving back. But there's also people using crypto to fund projects, you know, certain projects, tokens and coins. Earlier you mentioned Bitcoin and how it was, you know, decentralized and how it was more power in the hands of the people, not the banks and the governments. How do you feel that narrative has changed now as people like BlackRock start to, you know, invest huge amounts of money and governments start to use it as a strategic reserve? Is there a danger that we'd lose Bitcoin for the people and it will become more of an institutional?
No, because you can say the same with gold. You know, sure, like many of the big institutions, they hold gold, and you know, but it doesn't mean that gold is now not people's money. Like, gold has always been the people's money because it's an asset, it's a money you can hold in your hand, and it's not a liability or someone else's liability or debt to someone else. It's a bearer's asset. And the same with Bitcoin. It's a bearer's asset. It's your thing. It's not a piece of debt, you know, like fiat money is. So I think it's not going to change just because institutions hold Bitcoin. Will they manipulate the price? Definitely. Just like they do with gold and silver and all these other assets. It doesn't change the core fundamentals of what Bitcoin is.
Yeah.
So I would say no. It's actually just, in a way, it's good. It just pumps our bags, right?
Yeah,
you know, because
yeah.
I hold a lot of Bitcoin, and you know, if you have BlackRock and like Microsoft and Google and countries buying Bitcoin, then I'm just gonna get way richer than I am right now.
Pumping your bags. So that leads me to my next question. Give us a glimpse. Now we've been talking for a while, we've warmed up to each other, you can trust us now. Tell us a little bit about your portfolio, as in what percentage is Bitcoin, altcoins, maybe meme coins, you know, how does it look like, your sort of overall crypto portfolio?
80% at least is always Bitcoin, 85%. Now it's a little bit more altcoins, maybe like now Bitcoin is down maybe to 70% because I allocate a bit more to altcoins when it's a bull market, because in bull markets, altcoins usually outperform Bitcoin. But yeah, let's say 80% Bitcoin, 5-10% usually Ethereum, and then the rest is a bunch of like hundreds of small tokens and coins and things. So yeah, meme coins, not much.
No.
I hold some Dogecoin, Floki, and Shiba. So I have like big ticket sizes in those, the big ones, but I don't buy these like pump and dumps on it because I think it's, first of all, it's just a casino. Like, you hear people make money, but you just hear the winner stories, but most people lose money.
Yeah.
It's like 90% of people lose money with those pump and dumps, and also it's just immoral because like if I invest in those, then, and if I talk about them online, like it's just like it's basically very immoral to shill small tokens just for the sake of dumping it at a higher price, because then I would use my audience as exit liquidity, and I don't want to do that.
No.
So that's why I don't talk about meme coins unless they are in the top like 50, like billions of dollars of market cap, because then I have no impact anyways on the price.
And do you still have to do some due diligence? Say, well, maybe it's got some utility, maybe, or is it like big no?
Meme coins, it's a no. Like it doesn't even get to me actually, because my team already, they just ignore it. But I have seen some offers, like they will pay me like $1 million, you know, in tokens for me to like talk about it over like 3 months and stuff like this, you know. So yeah, like if I were to go that route, which many of my industry colleagues have done, then yeah, I could probably make another like 2-3 million per month just shilling meme coins and like, but I'm not in that business, so I'm not doing that. But yeah, that's what some influencers do actually.
But that's the thing. There are, you know, peers, whether they're sitting here in Dubai or globally, and even people like Logan Paul and celebrities who've made a lot of money, but they're still getting involved in these sorts of pump and dump schemes, probably knowing how it's going to play out, and you wonder why are you doing it, because you're just only going to damage your own reputation.
So the thing is this, I would actually want to defend some of these guys, because I think they did something wrong, yes, but did they truly know what they were doing? I think many of these guys, especially celebrities, usually they have someone on their side coming to them telling them, oh, look at this good idea, we can launch a token and you can make this much money and this blah blah. Logan Paul, what does he know about crypto?
Yeah.
He has no clue about crypto. And this Hawk Tuah girl, what does she know about crypto? Like they have no clue about crypto. They have this guy next to them, you know, and this guy is this like, you know, crypto expert, you know, with this cool plan how to make money, you know. And I'm pretty sure usually that's how it works out. So basically then the influencer thinks, oh, that's a great idea, we can make 3-4 million, and they believe this vision that this expert is telling them, yeah, we can create this game, this, you know, Logan Paul created this crypto zoo thing, you know, like we can create this thing and it's going to be a huge, we can have millions of users. So they will say these things, and then the Logan Paul and these influencers, they will believe them because, I mean, what do they know about crypto? Like most people don't know crypto. And then of course, when it gets launched, when the vision is trying, when everything crumbles, the influencer will get all the shit, which of course it is their fault, right? But
yeah, ultimately it's their name on the project.
Yeah, like they had every chance to say no, but to their defense, I think they're getting taken advantage of. And I think almost always that's the case. I think also Jason Derulo and like some people have gotten a lot of shit, and from what I can see, it's always someone on the side who's coming to them and giving them this FOMO and greed. And I don't think they had, I don't think I'm very sure actually that they didn't have intention to scam, because their reputation is worth way more than just a quick $5 million.
Yeah, no.
I mean, look at Logan Paul.
Yeah.
He's worth hundreds of millions, I'm sure, by now.
Yeah.
Why would he risk his reputation for $10 million, $5 million? It's not worth it for him, because he knows that making money long term is worth more than just making quick $5. So I'm very sure his intentions were actually good. Same with this Hawk Tuah lady. Their incompetence in crypto led them to this disaster.
Yeah, or they had people in their team, financial advisors, who weren't looking out for their best interest, looking for a quick...
Yeah, because these guys on the side, they are not risking any reputation.
No, of course not.
They have literally only upside. And they see dollar signs when they see these influencers, because, you know, with millions of followers and a meme coin or like something like this, you can actually literally pull out, you know, millions of dollars from the audience. And these side experts, a little bit like the devil on the shoulder, they know that, you know. So
talking about teams, how big is your team? Do you keep a small team, or you've got quite a lot of people looking into these projects and looking at opportunities for you?
So like the core, like headquarters team here in Dubai, we're like 20 people.
Right.
And that's like group. So that means we have legal, finance, media team, and then all my YouTube channel, we have a team for that as well. So that's like 20 people.
Right.
And then the companies we incubate, I don't really like count them as my employees, but if I am a majority shareholder, then technically they are my employees, right? But then there's CEOs in place that run the business, and yeah. But then it's in the like maybe like 200 employees or something like this, you know, or more.
Yeah. And I guess my final question is, what's next for Carl Moon? Your own Moon token, Moon coin, or something completely? Something
No,
obviously crypto related, but what's sort of the next thing that you want to get sort of stuck into?
My most important thing now is actually because I made money now, right? And I will keep doing that because I think it's like just a natural direction. Like, why not make more money, right? Like, that's better than making less money. So that's a natural direction. But I already like set that sail. It's like a boat which is already sailing. So I think that's good. But now I also want to start focusing more on obviously the charity work. I know that I can do more there, and I can help more people, more children. So that is definitely something, and I will announce more things when that comes. And then something which I have a burning passion for is actually music. I've made music since I was a young kid, and I remember when I got my first guitar from my parents. It was like they gave it from, I think it was like my mom's, like it was like an inheritance or something,
right?
Like a guitar, and I was just like sitting there like trying, and something with sound waves and frequencies, and like just sitting there, it just completely took my attention, and I've been writing songs basically ever since. Then my songs were probably quite shit, but I did write. Like I was writing, even though I had really no experience. And then over the years, I was just keep writing songs, and I must have written hundreds and hundreds of songs, and that's like a huge passion for me, and I love it. And I think when I went into crypto and business, I got a little bit like focused on making money, and I kind of forgot about my main passion, which is music. And now I want to go back to that because I just love making music. And the good thing now is that at the place I am in my life now, I can make music without zero, like no pressure that I have to make it, or I have to make money, or I have to do what someone tells me to do. I don't have to sign to a label, which I will for sure not do. I can just write music, record it, and release it. And then I would love for people to listen and love the music. That would be my goal, have people just love it.
So would you set up your own record label to do that, and then you create your own music, but then look for other artists and try and help set them up?
Maybe that would be, look, I need to be, first of all, a successful artist to do that, but yeah, maybe in the future. But I think the most important thing is just for me to have just creative freedom to do whatever I want. And in music, when I do this now, it's not a business for me. Like, it's not like I'm going in there to like make money. Like, I'm not thinking, how can I sign more artists and make money? Because the point of music is just to have fun for me. It's like, remember when we were kids in kindergarten, just like, painting stuff, like that kind of vibe, just like, just for fun.
Form of expression and just almost a form of release as well in the way.
Yeah.
So it'll be Carl Rocker, there'll be Carl Moon, and maybe Carl Rocker. Do you think that might be your next new name that we might start calling you?
Well, I think my stage name will just be Carl Moon.
Carl
I think
Moon.
it sounds good, yeah.
Carl Moon, the Carl Moon rock band, or solo, or you think you might have a band with you?
So I write everything myself. So I'm a songwriter. So I write songs almost every single day. So I don't need songwriters, but I do need a band, yeah, because I can't play everything at the same time. I can play piano, drums, and guitar, and bass, but at the same time, it's very tough if I'm live. So for sure, I will have to find a band. Right now, I have nothing in music. I literally have 1,000 followers on Spotify and nothing else. So I'm starting from scratch. So yeah, I will have to find a band. I will have to teach them to play my songs, and then we go and play them live, hopefully somewhere. And I have to record my first album and all of that stuff. So a lot in music. That's like literally a blank space. Like new journey,
Yeah, but as you know, there's a lot of events in the crypto blockchain space, from Bitcoin Mina, which we were both at recently, and all of these global blockchain. Maybe you debut the band at one of these events, completely catch people by surprise. You'll be on stage talking about your journey in crypto, pull out the guitar, start singing a song, and maybe that's the way to go. Do you think that's...
Why not? Why not? Possible.
Yeah,
possible.
Yeah, let's see if we can make it happen. Carl, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. We know your time is valuable, but it's been really great to hear your insights. And I know the audience will love hearing your journey from grocery store to sitting up here in the penthouse suite with your Bugatti, your turntable and your podcast studio sitting behind us. So it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been great.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
The Crypto Radio Masterclass, NFTs. You may have heard the term NFT and your eyes glazed over, but they're actually very useful and can be cool, as many are linked to art. Non-fungible tokens, NFTs, saw rapid growth in 2020, making the headlines with millions of dollars being exchanged for them at auctions. They are now being used across all sorts of industries.
So what is an NFT?
To break it down, non-fungible means it's unique and cannot be replaced with something else. There's only one of them, and tokens refers to a digital asset. So in essence, an NFT is a one-of-a-kind digital asset that you can own. It could be a piece of art, music, a video, virtual real estate, or even a tweet. When you buy an NFT, you get the original, just like owning a unique physical painting.
What are the key features?
Unique ownership. NFTs prove you are the owner of the original digital item. The blockchain backbone. NFTs are stored on blockchains, ensuring their security and authenticity. And limited supply. Most NFTs are created in limited numbers, making them rare.
How do you buy an NFT?
First, you need to get a digital wallet. This is where you store your cryptocurrency and NFTs. Popular choices include MetaMask and Trust Wallet. Then you can buy your cryptocurrency. Most NFTs are bought with Ethereum, which you can purchase from an exchange like Coinbase or Binance. Then choose an NFT marketplace. Popular websites are OpenSea, Rarible, and Super Rare.
Why are NFTs so popular?
Well, they provide proper ownership. NFTs allow people to truly own digital assets, just like physical ones. And NFTs support creators and the artists when you buy them directly. Plus, owning rare NFTs can be a status symbol and a way to be part of an exclusive community. For more info on NFTs and to read other explainers like this, go to thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Thank you for tuning into the Crypto Radio. I'm your host Kareem and you're listening to The Pulse. How does one lose millions in crypto? Well, sometimes it's not through hacks or scams. Sometimes it's as simple as misplacing a piece of paper, or in today's first story, possibly having your housekeeper accidentally throw away your fortune.
Crypto Radio.
A well-known YouTube pianist, Lord Venitero, recently lost access to 4 Bitcoins. This isn't just about losing cryptocurrencies. It's a story that teaches us a crucial lesson about digital asset security. Reportedly, Venitero lost the private key to his wallet. A private key is essentially the password that gives us access to his cryptocurrency. The key was written on a paper, which is actually a recommended practice, but was misplaced, possibly discarded during a house cleaning. But here's where the story gets more interesting. This wasn't his first financial setback. He previously made losses in the Brazilian stock market, and like many investors, fell into the trap of panic selling Bitcoin during a market dip. These incidents highlight 2 critical aspects of investing: the importance of secure key management and the role of emotional decision making while you're investing. You know, losing 4 Bitcoins would keep most people up at night, but imagine losing 8,000 of them, and that's exactly where they are, buried under thousands of tons of garbage. That's exactly what's happening in the landfills in Wales, where one man's trash quite literally contains another man's digital treasures. In Wales, James Howells continues his quest to search a landfill for a hard drive containing 8,000 Bitcoin, currently worth an astounding $800 million. This story raises fascinating questions about persistence versus practicality. When does determination become delusion? The environmental impact of searching through a landfill is significant and the costs are enormous. Yet with such a life-changing amount at stake, it's understandable why someone would find it hard to let go. For our listeners considering investing in crypto, here are the essential security practices. Store your crypto private keys offline, but have a secure system for organizing them. Create multiple backup copies stored in different secure locations, and never keep crypto private keys in a digital format or on the cloud. Consider using hardware wallets for significant investments, and most importantly, treat emotional control as your most valuable investment tool. From a pianist's lost paper to a man's quest through trash, these stories remind us that in the wild world of crypto, sometimes our biggest enemy isn't hackers or market crashes. It's ourselves. And maybe, just maybe, our housekeepers. This has been Kareem on the Pulse, where we keep our fingers on the beating heart of crypto. Stay safe, stay smart, and don't forget to back up those keys multiple times. Until next time.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
This is just a taster of the content we are building at the Crypto Radio. The Crypto Radio is a new online radio station with a global reach dedicated to the exciting world of crypto and blockchain. We have a strong focus on trust and transparency across all our programs and shows, which will have a broad appeal. From news to education, entertainment to communities, we are creating content for everyone, from the crypto curious to crypto OGs. New interviews, topics, explainers and shows are regularly being added, while you can keep up with us at thecryptoradio.com and across our major social media channels. We will educate, inform and entertain our listeners while growing and supporting crypto and blockchain awareness and adoption. We are the Crypto Radio.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $94,387, down by 0.8%. Ethereum price is $3,364.8, up by 0.52%. BNB price is $719.6, up by 3.62%. Solana price is $188.7, up by 1.03% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello, this is Justin Harper, and you're listening to the Crypto Radio. We're aimed at beginners and novices and the crypto curious. Now, a lot of people invest in equities, either individual stocks like Apple or Microsoft, or in a fund, which some call mutual funds or unit trusts. These are often recommended by financial advisors. But a recent report highlighted that some financial advisors are reluctant to recommend crypto to their clients. This could be for a number of reasons. We're here to find out more from Jim Kreider, who is CEO of Intentional Living FP and is a certified financial planner. And Jim is based in the US. Jim, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
What has your experience been in talking to people about Bitcoin, from friends, family, and clients? Has it been tough trying to get them to understand digital assets?
I guess the easiest are clients. I have my clients come to me initially to get my advice for their money, from taxes and estate planning to investments, retirement, all these things. So they come to me open, as long as I don't approach it too much, beating them over the head from a Bitcoin perspective. So most of our clients initially came to me looking for a normal financial advisor. They're looking for someone to help them with stock compensation planning at work, and hey, we're going to buy another rental property, things like that. Like, all right, how a normal person you would ask to help with money things, or most normal people would ask for. So I purposely don't lead with crypto or Bitcoin by any means. I don't display that on my website anywhere. It's not this forefront of marketing material at all. Those things I do not bring up until we've talked multiple times. They've already become a client, and I have displayed through other technical areas, like tax or retirement or budgeting, things like that. I've displayed that I am indeed not an idiot. And once I've developed that level of trust, then we'll bring in the Bitcoin side of things. So yeah, that's pretty important. But they're the easiest. I have the privilege of having a captive audience. I guess from there, my family's interesting. I manage my parents' money as well, and they fully trust where I lead on that side of things. So they're pretty simple. Other family, not so much. I've never. Those are conversations we don't get into too much. We just had Thanksgiving here last week, and my brother and sister-in-law were in town, and we didn't really talk about Bitcoin at all, and we never really have in much depth by any means, just because holidays and everything are crazy. I have 4 kids, and they have 4 kids, so most of our time is spent chasing them. And then another weird one is friends. That's where the difference of like people you knew when you were younger versus people you meet when you're already developed in like a professional field. It's really interesting across that chasm of helping them understand that present me is still past me, but not what they have in their head. Like especially like friends of life, like lifelong or parents of lifelong friends. Those people. My best friend, his name's Bob. I used to spend the night at Bob's house all the time from when we were like 12, and we still hang out together regularly now. And his parents won't listen to me about Bitcoin at all. We've never had a good conversation because they won't let me broach the topic really. And it's because I know in their heads, they're still picturing me as like a 12-year-old kid, running around their house, being all smelly and stuff, versus me as someone who's competent in something at all.
Yeah, I can see that's a tough one. I mean, they knew you as a kid, and now they have to understand that you're a professional. When it comes to clients, what's the sort of trend you're seeing? More clients are now coming to you and saying, "Look, I think I really need to get into the crypto space. I see Bitcoin's rising in price," or they're curious, or they actually definitely want to start investing in digital assets.
So I have sort of 2 sides of clients. Most of our clients are normal people looking for a normal financial advisor. Bitcoin, crypto assets has not crossed their mind whatsoever when they are doing this. They are looking for someone to help them with investing their assets for retirement and this normal people stuff. They had zero thought of finding me or someone like me at all. So that's the norm. And of them, a very small percent were even thinking like, oh, is this something you talk about? But that's the, I don't know, maybe 1% of those people even had in their mind that that's a conversation they wanted to have. Most of them were just looking for a normal, money manager. I do have another set of clients who are very heavy Bitcoin. They came to me because they're looking for someone who can take in their comprehensive financial picture and not stiff arm their crypto side of things. And that's where most money managers, wealth managers, financial planners out there either at best disregard it. Most of the time they're pretty hostile to it. They'll tell you, hey, don't sell it, or you shouldn't buy any, or if you do buy some, it should maybe be 1% of your portfolio. And really they're going to tell you that because they're just trying to get you to be quiet, to stop asking about it. And they think if you own 1% of your total portfolio in it, then that'll be enough to suffice and you'll stop bothering them. So that's, yeah, but overall, trend-wise, no, it's not asked about too often whatsoever. I think it will become more, but it's definitely more popular. I'm asked about it more than I was 4 years ago. Now I would say, yeah, it's 1, maybe 2% of conversations that I have that are proactively asked to me. 4 years ago, it was a fraction of a percent.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I read a blog in which you said, in your opinion, if a financial advisor isn't allocating clients to Bitcoin and they don't have a sound and educated reason as to why not, they're jeopardizing their fiduciary duty. So, is that still where you stand now, that they really should be having that conversation with their clients now?
I do. And the caveat in there is, if you're not, you better have a good and informed, educated reason as to why not. And so the excuse of, oh, it's Beanie Babies or Tulip is not an informed excuse as to why they shouldn't. A good reason should be, the sequence of return risks if you're planning on using that money soon, or just like portfolio sizing, or different types of risks actually make sense. not something that displays you know zero about this asset, and that is why you're not putting them in it. I think that is a clear breach of your fiduciary duty. When this was a basically nascent technology that first came out, yeah, I couldn't blame you. But now that it's so in your face, I think that's on you that for if you're ignoring this. I have personally tried to strike conversations with financial advisors over the last 5 years on this, and almost all of them, most financial advisors think I'm an absolute idiot, and I have been sort of black sheep in the industry amongst most of my peers because of this stuff. But I will continue to, you know, I try to be gracious and kind and patient with my words, for sure. But I still try to be persistent in helping them see their gaps. Because what frustrates me with the financial advisors who are ignoring this, it's not just hurting them; it's hurting the 50 to 500 clients they're serving, and that frustrates me big time.
Yeah, absolutely. How would you describe yourself? Bitcoin evangelist? What would you sort of say you are if you could sum it up?
Yeah, I guess in summary, I mean, I've sort of have turned into a professional orange pillar. Now, I'm a financial planner, and I view Bitcoin. In reality, I don't view Bitcoin as any special part of financial planning. And I genuinely believe that one day Bitcoin will be super boring to talk about. You know, we'll talk about Bitcoin in the same sense that normal people talk about the functions of the internet. We'll just use it. And yeah, we'll talk about different applications and stuff, but we're not going to sit here and like, you know, speculate about where the internet's going, or, you know, some people will, but most normal people won't talk about the internet or like internet shirts, you know, or you know, it's not going to be a trendy thing to talk about. It's just something you use day to day. And that's where Bitcoin one day will be if it does what we think it will do. So, but until then, at that point, Bitcoin is nothing special in financial plan. Bitcoin's money. That's it. Pretty simple. But until then, while I don't deem it as something special when it comes to planning, it sort of is, because it just sticks out like a sore thumb compared to most people. And it is this hyper important asset that's just underutilized right now. So, in one sense, so generally, yes, financial planner, also sort of full time professional orange pillar. But one day that it's not this odd part of my job. It's just part of talking about money.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we've hit this historic milestone, 100,000 USD for a Bitcoin. Do you think that will convert many, firstly, non-believers on the investing side, and also some of the financial advisors, that they may start taking it seriously now it's hit this sort of symbolic level?
How I see this coming about from a financial advisor side of things, so at least here in the U.S., we have a few types of financial advisors, the way you can be structured. So there's like wirehouse, so like Morgan Stanley and Merrill Lynch and places like that usually are more like gathering assets and try to like sell portfolio management, things like that. I think those institutions will probably be the first to adopt because they're more focused on gathering in assets and selling a bundle of goods in a sense. And I think that those people will start being trained at BlackRock and at Goldman, things like this. They'll start training for a day or two on, hey, what is this? How do we position it properly in a portfolio? How do we sell it? I don't think for a while most of those people actually most of the advisors will actually understand it to the depth they should, but at least enough to sell it as a product. And that's, you know, it's sort of a win, sort of not. Then you have other people who are just more like insurance type companies, or like sort of not very great financial advisors. They're going to be, some of them will take a while just because they're, you know, stodgy in their old ways, and some of them will be pretty quick because they can, you know, maybe they manage a small practice and they can have some flexibility. I think the people who will probably be last are the firms like mine. So my firm structure is what's called a registered investment advisor, or an RIA. So as an RIA, like most, generally speaking, RIAs are like good, in-depth, comprehensive financial planning. And you would think that if that's the goal, like, you know, most RIAs are structured where the financial advice has to be under fiduciary duty. You would think that we would be the first to adopt this. But most people, when they go through the like certified financial planner curriculum or CFA, things like that, they're just so inundated with the market is efficient, boglehead type of looking at things that anything that would disrupt their delicate point of view of maybe there are market inefficiencies, or maybe there's ways to achieve alpha, or maybe there's something wrong about the efficient frontier hypothesis, or anything like that. That's you can't say those things, and those are the people that are going to be, I think, really hard to shake up. They've buried their head in the sands. They think that just indexing all day is the way to go, and not that that's the worst thing ever, but like you have to consider that maybe our money's broken. So I think those people will take a while. As far as so that's the financial planner. It will pick up, but I think it's going to pick up first from the sales-based type people, and then it'll take a while. Like I would venture to say that most people, I'm part of financial planning groups with people like me that just don't understand Bitcoin, and I'd venture to say that half of them at least today will not know that Bitcoin hit 100,000 last night, and then the vast majority of them that do see that will say that, man, that tulip bubble is persisting even more. It's even more speculative type and even more dangerous than it was, a year ago at 40,000 or whatever it was a year ago. Not understanding the game theory that's actually playing out right in front of them.
Yeah, but isn't that part of the problem that they're worried about this volatility? Because obviously they've got short track records. They tend to be volatile. Obviously, we might have seen a bit more stability now, but that hasn't been the case before. So there is still a big risk, isn't there, in investing there? I just wonder, for some of them, they might say, look, it's still too soon, and I don't want to put my clients in that for that level of exposure. What would you say to that as a reason?
Yeah, I guess a couple things. One, you mentioned to that level, like at that level of exposure. Well, you have to consider just proper portfolio sizing. Like portfolio sizing is a fantastic way just to manage risk. Super simple. Two, I think a lot of people have a incorrect definition of risk, and they have commingled risk and volatility to mean the same thing. And risk and volatility are not synonymous. Risk and volatility become more and more correlated as time horizons get compressed. So obviously, if you're in a highly volatile asset and you need that money in 1 hour, that's super risky. But if it's moving up down a ton and the overall trend line is upward and you need that money in 20 years, in my opinion, that's probably a lot safer than something that stays absolutely flat in nominal terms and goes down in real terms. I'm talking about the dollar here. $1 is, it is flatlined. It is the basis right now for nominal returns. But in real returns, the dollar goes down by 2 to 10% per year, 3% roughly if we're looking at CPI. If you're a real person who spends money on real life, it's certainly more than 2 to 3%. And then we have to argue that having a dollar today and needing a dollar tomorrow, that's a very safe thing to be in the U.S. right now. Obviously, we're not in hyperinflationary territory at the moment. However, if you have that dollar today and you need exactly $1 of purchasing power in 20 years, owning that non-volatile asset is outrageously risky. So that's a really simple way of looking at it. But if you can get people to admit that, yes, they're in that sense, there is a difference between volatility and risk, then you can start peeling away at the layers, and they're exposing that they're arguing this from at least that argument is coming from a false premise. And you can start chipping away at those things.
Yeah, no, understood. The time frame's very important here. What about when it comes to that diversified portfolio? What percentage would you recommend the average portfolio would put into Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies when they've obviously got, their global funds and unit trusts and mutual funds? What percent? 5%, 10%? What sort of figure would you give?
All right. So obviously, all disclosures. Don't take this as investment advice. Talk to your personal advisor. And this is just our average. So our average client here, generally at the moment, I would say, client right now is probably exposed to about 45% of their total investable assets. That was lower a couple of years ago. So we're looking, most of this is we're going to buy and we're going to hold and pretend that doesn't exist for a very long time. And then some of it we're getting more tactical with, especially if you own a very sizable percent of your net worth. Maybe we should look at rebalancing at some point, be it for behavioral risks or for, again, sequence of return risks. Like if you have 100% of your net worth in Bitcoin and you need some of those dollars in 1 week, we're probably going to take some of that money off the table today. Obviously, now you're at 99% or whatever. So that's where we are tactical with some of your holdings. But yeah, a few years ago, so back in, what was it, 21 or so, our average client was like 20%. And then when Bitcoin went from 69,000 to 16,000, I had a lot of conversations with a lot of clients about, hey, we're going to reduce what we're doing towards these normal buckets. You know, maybe you're maxing out your 401k plan or things like that. We're going to drop those down and we're going to put our foot on the gas to increase our DCA to Bitcoin. And obviously, if you just throw fuel on the fire at your DCA for Bitcoin, your dollar cost average of Bitcoin starting at 16,000, you just keep doing that for the next few years, it's going to gobble up a lot more of your portfolio. And that's where we're at today. And in general, we have not started rebalancing. So yeah, it's most people who come to me, I'll put it this way. Again, don't apply this to yourself personally. You have to talk with someone about your personal financial life. But our clients right now, our lowest client is 10% of total investable assets. And that's including our retired, clients who are in their 80s. We have clients who are in their 20s up to in their late 80s. And that is the absolute lowest at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm also really odd as a financial advisor, and we manage these things very closely and specifically. So, yeah.
Now we're going to take a short break and come back.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. Do you stick to just Bitcoin, or do you look at other altcoins, some of the major cryptocurrencies outside of the king of crypto?
No, I stick to Bitcoin. I do have clients who own some altcoins in some capacity, and we talk through why that is and what their plan is with them. The reason I stick with Bitcoin only, I personally have to consider what is the foundational issue that was being set out to solve with all of the crypto world. And obviously I believe that Satoshi properly identified the problem, and that was, we need a money that can be traded peer-to-peer over the internet, that's decentralized, and has a fixed unit, fixed number of units, and Bitcoin does that. There are obviously other cryptocurrencies that might have other use cases, but we have to identify, is that use case something that we're trying to optimize and solve for, versus going for this main thing that I think is super important. And that's where we opt into Bitcoin. Again, I have some clients who do own altcoins in some capacity. We have very honest conversations as to why they own those. They are usually, hey, I bought this thing, it's a meme coin, and I'm going to, most people that I see with meme coins are like, they're basically, meme coins for most people are scratch offs for Gen Z, or if you're older, you can own them too. But really it's the modern day scratch off. You're going to go like buy the newest goofy Pepe coin or Costco hot dog coin or whatever these things are that pop up. You know that you literally are buying this thing because it's sort of funny to own and hoping that it'll pump your bags before it goes down. And if you can admit that's why, then maybe you can own some, but just admit. Now, if you think that owning Costco hot dog coin is actually a good financial planning move beyond like total speculative, like I'm doing a scratch off, we might have some problems. But yeah, from a financial planning perspective and what we proactively recommend, it's just Bitcoin.
Yeah, okay. And funds, you know, you get a commission. When you're an advisor, normally the model is, right, if you sell a fund, you'll get a commission from the investment house, the fund manager. And is that a reason why maybe some financial advisors are not recommending Bitcoin? Because they wouldn't get commission off of Bitcoin, so they wouldn't be, you know, they wouldn't get any money from the commission side of it. That's why they're not advising it. Or is it just they're scared of it and they don't fully understand it?
Both, depending on the person and their ethics, and their desire to be compensated over their desire to do what's best for clients. Yeah, some people it probably has strictly to do with how they're paid, which is really sad. Like, yeah, you should do what's best for your clients no matter what. There are some people like that, and that's why I mentioned, and maybe I might be way off, and I'm sorry if I am, but I do think that's why, like, wirehouses and places that will manage to put this into like products they can sell. That's why I think they will probably be first to, like, majority to recommend it will be those types of places, and they'll go through training at their big firms to figure out a good way to sell this as a part of a full investment portfolio and be compensated for it, and then they'll roll out their whole army of, you know, financial advisors, sales minions to sell it as part of a portfolio. So there's them, and then yeah, people like me who work in an RIA structure typically are like held to a deep fiduciary standard and really want to do, like most of my peers. I'm part of multiple financial planning groups of super nerdy financial advisors like me who love reading and staying up to date on like tax code and stuff, you know, like, and they're great people who really want to help their clients. And for them, most of them truly do care more about their clients than their own pocketbook. So for them, it's for the majority of them, it's not, hey, I'm not paid off of this. It's they just don't understand it and they think it's best to not talk about it. And again, we're getting to a point where ignorance is no longer a valid excuse. And that's why that goes back to the question you had earlier about the fiduciary duty side of things. You know, I think for a while that was a valid reason. It was like, hey, I just don't understand it. And, you know, I personally, I can't look into every single thing. Maybe there's some product out there that some guy is shouting from the rooftops is the best thing ever. And I just have no clue exists. And I can't be, you know, I can't go to jail because I did not talk about that one weird thing out there that I had no idea about. But you get to a point of like, the information is out there. It's so in your face. If you're ignoring this, now that is a breach of duty. Anyways, I think that's where most advisors are in my type of firm structure. It's less about how they're paid, more about like they just don't understand it. And at this point, it's because they're burying their head in the sand and don't want to learn about it.
Yeah, and of course we've got this trend now with exchange traded funds, ETFs. Do you think they are, you know, a good way in for advisors? Because you know, rather than directly into Bitcoin, ETFs might be a solution to tap into this this Bitcoin sort of bull market we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, that'll certainly make it easier from a sales perspective. You know, if you're getting compensated based off of maybe a front load or something like that, where all right, however much you put into a portfolio will pay you a 5% upfront on that. Like, all right, you probably couldn't do that through Bitcoin, but now if you have that as part of a portfolio, there you get your commission. Or if you're paid off of a strict asset under management percentage, and then yeah, that would be, most firms would be able to then allot that as an asset that's under management because it's inside of an ETF. So yeah, those sorts of things will make it easier for advisors to begin onboarding clients versus the owning Bitcoin directly in cold storage. It's like, okay, now we're facing a lot of quote unquote issues that, you know, maybe I would say aren't really issues. They're just things you need to go learn about. One of those issues is like, how am I paid on this? So yeah, there's a lot of people who are not adopting. There are some people who are not adopting because of that problem, and they will adopt the ETF because that's a solution there. But then also you have other things that people come across. I hear this is like, well, you know, what about the compliance side of things of telling clients to go and buy Bitcoin, or, you know, that's too much work to versus buying an ETF. Now I have to go send them to an exchange, and how do I vet those exchanges, and then how do I help them understand how to store it properly, on an exchange versus a hot wallet versus a cold storage wallet or a multi-sig. You run into all these supposed problems with this asset they just don't understand. So just having a easy packaged ETF is a lot easier thing just to go and sell and call it a day, because it's super similar to what they've done all day for the last 40 years.
Yeah, absolutely. The crypto radio, we're aimed at beginners and novices and the crypto curious. And one of the things that we struggle with is the jargon and the technical terms. Do you think that's also a factor, that there's a lot of the bro talk as well as, L1s, L2s, and some of these things, even like altcoins, that there's just so much jargon that makes it so hard for people to even start to understand, this industry?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's helpful for me to explain this to people, because I'm sort of an idiot. So I explain things in ways that I can understand. And if you keep it there, I don't do it to insult people, but because I need to be explained things in a simple way. So whenever I talk to our clients and I introduce, hey, I let them know up front. Again, they've worked with me for a while now before I bring this up typically. And so I've already developed a level of trust. And maybe in this particular conversation, now we're going to finally start talking about their investments. We've already talked about taxes and these other areas. We're going to talk about investments today. And I let them know when we get to the investment conversation that we're going to talk about some stuff. I'm going to sound like I'm crazy, but hear me out. And then I introduce I and our clients, we own Bitcoin, and here's what it is. And at that point, I first allow them I open the conversation up. Have you heard about this thing? Do you know about it? And if so, what have you heard and what do you know? And just allow them to get off their chest. That also allows me to gauge. Do they know what this is at all? Are they talking from a place of 2017 FUD, or is this they have a reasonable understanding? I want to gauge where they're at from a conversation level. Also, if someone really has a deep-seated dislike for this asset, I can't ignore that thing and just talk past it, because if I just talk past it the whole time, they're not going to hear anything I'm saying. They're just going to sit here focusing on their thing they think is a trump card. So I first have to invite them, hey, what do you know about this thing? What do you understand about it? And if they're sitting there, they hate it because it's going to boil the oceans and burn down the world or something, I have to allow them to get that off their chest first. So, and then, I don't talk about running a node and hash rate and all that stuff. That's going to make their eyes glaze over. We need to talk about what it is. Why is this important? And for you to understand that, you have to talk through that. We talk through the history of money, the history of stores of value, and then a general overview of the cryptography and the problems that these cypherpunks and computer scientists were facing starting the 1970s and really the 90s and early thousands, that Satoshi managed to crack the nut on with Byzantine general and double spend, these sorts of things. And that helps them understand why this is actually important versus thinking it's some young 20s bro who just created something in their basement so they can go buy a Lamborghini. If we can actually demonstrate from a first principles side of things. I try not to use those words. Then you also have the same side of things. It's some people dude, I just can't own this because I don't understand it. And there's a lot of problems with that. One, I would argue all day that Bitcoin is way easier to understand than how the US dollar or the euro or any other currency works. I tried to explain to my wife a few months ago the difference of M1, M2, M3, the amount of fiat in circulation right now and how we gauge those things. It's terrible. It's a terrible process. The Fed and monetary policy and fiscal policy. It's you want to talk about complex, let's go there. Bitcoin is way easier. I can literally show you what it is and how it works in an hour. Pretty simple. So one, I don't think that's a valid excuse. Two, maybe you're a genius. I'm not. I interact with things all the time that I have zero clue how they exist. I don't need to know exactly how it works. Right now, I'm talking to you and you're thousands of miles away and we're having a conversation in real time. I have no clue how we're doing this. Blows my mind. I know it works and I know it's pretty important and it's amazing. And I know that this thing is not just it's not a scam. I have some level of trust in it, and that level of trust has come from some level of education, but I don't have to fully understand how, Zoom or the internet works on a technical side of things. I don't know how most like basic plumbing in my house works. It doesn't mean I'm not going to use the plumbing in my house. That'd be crazy. So to pretend that you can't interact with Bitcoin because you don't fully understand like the depths of how it works, try to apply that to the rest of your life and see how that goes.
Yeah, good point. What would you say, Jim, is the biggest misconception about Bitcoin? Is it the scams? Is it those sorts of threats? Is it the environmental impact it might have? People's understanding because they can't see it. What do you think is the biggest misconception that stops people, being like you and being more pro Bitcoin?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. It is, in my opinion, it's the first principles concept of what is Bitcoin. And if you can address that, everything else can start falling into place. So that is, Bitcoin is money. And most people, at least in the US, I would venture to say elsewhere, have a very short-sighted view of what money is. We're informed based off of, maybe our lifetime or a little bit further back when fiat currencies were, the form of money, or the form of money. And we have commingled money and currency, and we think that, money is the US dollar and that's it. Money has to be issued by government and it has to be in a paper form. And we have to have inflation for things to work because we've been so force-fed Keynesian economics and these sorts of things. So if you can help them understand what is money from a historical, actual point of view, and that Bitcoin is that, it's better money, then things start falling into place. Then you can start addressing why the energy usage is actually super important. It is there to secure our money problem. And having sound money is outrageously important. Most people don't understand why sound money is important. They don't know what money is actually meant to do. So you have to start with that. And then everything else, yeah, there are other peripheral, quote unquote, issues that will come up, but you can address those well once you've identified the root problem that Bitcoin addresses. If you don't understand that Bitcoin is important from a like civilization, money, all the waste that goes into fiat currencies, if you don't understand that and you go straight to like, oh, but Bitcoin consumes a lot of energy, it will seem like wasted energy. But if you recognize that it consumes a lot of energy because of all of these things, and here's the energy that it saves in lieu of having our current, status quo, okay, now it's starting to make sense.
Yeah. Well, I wonder when we'll see the next phase when it stops being an asset and tradable, speculative, and actually is being used as a form of money, as a form of payment. Of course, there is some adoption. There are some companies doing it, but sort of in dribs and drabs when it may be more widespread, adopted as a form of payment. Whether we will ever get to that now, or whether it's that's just not going to happen.
I do think that I don't know if this will be in 10 years or in 100 years. Even was it Warren Buffett or was it Charlie who admitted a few years ago that even they think that the US dollar will not be the global reserve currency by the end of this century. They did not give a statement as to what they thought it was. They certainly did not think it was Bitcoin. But I think they even recognize that, yeah, the U.S. dollar is collapsing, is probably no longer going to be the reserve currency by the end of this century. So, if you actually pay in Bitcoin, I think that will play out. I mean, I think that Bitcoin is money, and I think it's going to gobble up every other form of money. Value ultimately gravitates to the scarcest and hardest form of money out there, and I think that's Bitcoin. So it will gravitate to that naturally, just a black hole that's consuming everything else. Now we can get to the technical side of things. Maybe the U.S. and every other currency adopts a Bitcoin standard. The U.S. is now the U.S. dollar. We went from a gold standard to fiat, and now we go back to a Bitcoin standard, and maybe $1 bill equals 100 sats or satoshis. For the newbies out there, like you don't have to buy one Bitcoin. You can. There's the smallest level account right now is called a satoshi, and a satoshi is 1/100 millionth of a Bitcoin. So yeah, maybe one day $1 is 100 satoshis. and you go to the store and you pay in dollars, but that dollar is, backed by 100 Satoshis. And it's like, the gold or the US dollars nearly a century ago now, you could turn in, it says this is redeemable for gold. And you had this security, like guarantee on our money. And that disappeared when we left the gold standard. So maybe one day it's, hey, this dollar is redeemable for 100 Satoshis. Then at that point, it's like, oh, well, Jim, it never actually came out where you're spending actual Bitcoin. It's like, yeah, but we're still there basically. Or maybe the dollar goes away and we literally are, you go to the store and you're paying for something in Satoshis, in Bitcoin.
Yeah, there's still much to play out, definitely there. I just look forward to the day when I can buy pizza. I can buy more pizza with my Bitcoin. It'll be much easier. Everybody would accept my Bitcoin for a good old pizza.
Yeah, for sure. That'd be full circle from the first transaction.
2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoin.
Absolutely wild.
Yeah, crazy. Jim, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and I love your honesty. As you said, keep it simple, treat me like an idiot, and that's the best way to learn.
Yeah, no, it was great. I appreciate the conversation.
Brilliant. Jim Kreider, CEO of Intentional Living FB and certified financial planner based in the US. Thank you for talking to the Crypto Radio.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more, you can head to thecryptoradio.com. We have news, education, entertainment, and you can listen live. You can also find us on X at the Crypto Radio X to find out more. You're listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more, you can head to thecryptoradio.com. We have news, education, entertainment, and you can listen live. You can also find us on X at the Crypto Radio X to find out more.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
This is Bo Jablonski for the Crypto Radio, speaking today from Bitcoin Mina in Abu Dhabi. I'm joined by Fabian Michael, Chief Strategy Officer of Wow Earn, where they have gamified the experience of learning crypto. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone.
Can you explain a little bit to us what it is that you're up to?
Absolutely. So, Wow Earn is a mobile app available in iOS and Android marketplaces that converts user attention, user time, into rewards. The reward is a Wow coin that users can later on, through exchanges, convert into fiat currency.
Or whatever they want, Bitcoin.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so if I download the app today, what do? I go on there and I complete activities or games?
The app originates as a crypto wallet. And currently, it's proud to be trusted by 3 million users worldwide. Now, we also added a mining module based on the proof of engagement, right? You give me your time, I show you some practical learning experience from Web3, help to onboard you as a newcomer to Web3, and I will pay you for that.
So you're introducing the concept of the decentralized internet, the next iteration of the internet to general public who potentially are still using Web2, they're still using the internet that we all know now.
Absolutely. And the most important, we are built on Web3 infrastructure so that the onboarding process of the newcomers is very seamless. Sometimes users just look at it and think, what's the difference, right? Because that's what crypto should be about, seamless user experience.
So do you think that people, I know there's two schools of thought, whether you need education first and then people will get into crypto, or you just kind of educate them as they go and actually they don't really need to know what's going on behind the scenes, like the blockchain and everything that's in the background?
Absolutely. Truth to be told, with the number of scams in Bitcoin cycle 2020-2021, and also the number of rug pulls that is currently happening in the so-called meme coin scene, I will always be advocating for obtaining certain level of knowledge prior to engaging to Web3, right? You also need to think about, what is your main purpose, right? Some people are attracted to Web3 for the so-called, short-term big gains, right? But if you are in the game, your main focus should be on preserving the capital, right?
Yeah. And so Wow Earn is trying to do both at the same time, I guess.
Wow Earn, in simple terms, is an all-in-one mobile app, Web3 app, that helps to onboard users to Web3. So we work with a lot of projects who are seeking traffic and user attention. And in order to make it a safe experience, we demand certain compliance criteria to be met upfront. For example, the bare minimum is audited smart contract, right? No rug pulls, no honeypots, no black or white lists whatsoever.
So no anonymous creators, so like meme coins and things like that with, unless they have a fully doxed team.
See, this is the thing, yeah? One of the crypto principles, right, is anonymity, yeah? And not all the teams are comfortable with their public appearance. In Wow Earn, we bet on transparency, due diligence, and back check each and every of our 40 members, and we are proud of that. But if we said we need to have fully doxed team in order to be onboarded to our platform, well, we are off to a very small percentage of the market participants. There are other criteria that should constitute the safety of a project, yeah?
Yeah.
How do you think is one of those?
So what's the user experience on the app? What am I, when I go on there, what am I seeing? Is it like Duolingo? Am I earning points or levels as I go along?
Yes, absolutely. That's a fantastic reference. And so when you go on my app, right, and you go to the mining module, all you do is a daily check-in. The mining already begins. The user mines about 0.4 or 0.45 wow coin per hour. So it's in perpetual. But if you want to earn more, you can engage with the quests. The quest, yeah, is that gamified educational experience. We'll ask you some questions about Web3. We will ask you if you ever heard about projects X, Y, and Z, right? If you want to further boost your mining rate, we will ask you to open up a website, right? Read about new project that wants to advertise with our site, answer some questions, right? Maybe engage in the community, maybe follow up them on social media, but I won't be asking of you anything else than your time and attention. What's more, the moment you log into my app, we set up for you a Web3 wallet.
You're giving people crypto who potentially haven't had crypto before. And then in the future, they'll be able to go to an exchange, like you say, swap it for fiat or Bitcoin or whatever they want. So how do you feel about crypto generally, and whether it's like, is it just for investment, or do you see circular economy in our future? Is it going to be, are we going to be earning in it? Are we going to be living in it?
Another great question. Look, truth to be told, back to the main point of the industrial main points, right? There is one thing that I call product market fit in the function of time. New ideas are coming and going. Yeah, most of the projects won't live from one cycle to another. We are still looking for innovative use cases, right? Let's say we have Bitcoin. Let's say we have Ethereum, right? Let's say this cycle, everyone will be drowning in pump.fun. But will pump.fun stay for the next cycle? I'm not sure.
So that's just a website where people can make their own meme coins, right?
Yes, exactly. Right? You know, meme coin is a little bit of a cancer. It's a brilliant strategy, but it's a little bit of a cancer of this industry, and I strongly advise everyone to stay out of it, right? It's a bottom-up movement to show what do we think about VCs manipulating with tokenomics, yeah, in general, but the odds are lower than any casino, right? In casino, you have on average 11% chance,
yeah,
to hit a reward.
What's the percentage in meme coins, please?
It's 0.001.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Okay, so there's not enough Bitcoin in the world, probably, you think, to create a circular economy everywhere. Is there another way that crypto could exist like that all throughout the world?
Absolutely. In the respective niches, in the respective industries. Think about playing your favorite games, right? Collecting some rare items and getting a little bit more out of it, right?
Yeah.
You would like to take this asset, call it yours, move it to secondary market, and resell it to another user.
Right. Okay. That sounds fun. As a gamer, then if I do really well in one game, I buy another game, I can transfer potentially some other things that I'd owned in one to another one. And it also means, like you say, a secondary marketplace. So if I spend, like you said, time is money, I'm engaging with this game, I'm spending all these hours, I get a reward in the game, and I want to be able to keep that in real life. I want some kind of reward for that in real life, and I want to be able to transfer it to other games, or potentially to other people if I want to sell it, and earn real, like, other cryptocurrencies that aren't linked to the game, right? Gaming could become its own, like, circular economy, rather than the community itself that we're living in, say the UAE, having a circular economy. You just mean the international gaming system having its own circular economy, like El Salvador, the way they've been doing their circular economy.
In order to bring new crypto projects together, right, and create a circular economy among them, is probably a little bit easier than connect a Bitcoin as a legal tender to a global financial system, right?
That's a good thing about crypto. There's no borders, or fewer borders anyway. Like, obviously with regulation, there is borders. But with things like transfers and the lack of the international transfer fees, we know that gamers around the world play against each other on Twitch and things like that. So it would definitely make it easier for them to connect in that way, financially as well as socially.
For more great interviews, listen to us live on thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there. We have more great content on air and online at thecryptoradio.com. More news, interviews, explainers, and great guests are on their way. Keep listening to us here and check out our website.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Is the crypto space really a man's world? This is Bo Jablonski from the Crypto Radio, here to discuss a trend that could reshape the industry's future. Women are becoming increasingly interested in crypto. A recent survey by BitMarkets Academy and Ipsos gives us some insight into the current landscape. So right now, 21% of men own cryptocurrency, but only 11% of women do. So that's a pretty big gap between the sexes when it comes to actually trading or investing. But then when it comes to how interested the general public are in crypto, whether it's a topic they want to learn about, the stats change significantly. Nearly half of all women want to know more about crypto. So that's 46% compared to just over half of all men, 54%. And I think that curiosity could be a real game changer. A BitMarkets employee, Ali Delami, the Academy head of data analytics, says the future may see more balanced economic involvement thanks to this rising interest among women. The study, conducted in Europe, also shows that women take a slightly different approach to the industry, with 54% of them wanting to take a course before investing, which is compared to 50% of men. So that gap isn't massive, but it could mean that women are more likely to dig deep and learn all they can about the subject before taking the leap. This thoughtful and deliberate approach, like wanting to fully understand what you're diving into before making a move, is not about rushing in. It's about learning, strategizing, and then taking action. And honestly, that's such a smart approach in an industry as volatile and fast-paced as crypto. Now, as we're talking about women in crypto, we have to talk about crypto granny, real name Anita Kalergis, who found her place in crypto at the age of 61.
So I joined the, how would I say, the positive, amazing revolution, as I call it, in the new technology space in around 2017. And then in 2018, when I was visiting my home country, Finland, I was honored. I was asked to participate in a couple of meetings with the regulators and the lawmakers there. And in those meetings, I was telling, before we started the meeting, or bragging, how I have just become a grandmother. And then there was a couple of youngsters coming from the Consensus Association back home that met me for the first time. And then after this meeting, they told me that, wow, you were so cool, old woman with no tech background, and this is what you do.
Her story shows how women are making their mark in crypto, even without a technical background. Coming from sales and marketing, she first encountered crypto in 2017 through a colleague who introduced her to Ethereum and smart contracts. Her curiosity outweighed any hesitation, driving her to ask questions and challenge anything she didn't understand.
So when I was speaking with them and interacting with them, I truly sometimes made them crazy and asked just like 10 times, why? Okay, I hear you and I obviously understand what you say, but yet, why? Why do we have this? Or why would I need it? Or why would I invest in this? Or why, whatever. I truly, when I discuss with them and ask questions, I also demand answers I understand. So I really challenge them gently and respectfully. But I think that's very important. And that's how I have gained the information I have. Of course, I do some research of my own. I follow discussions online, whether that is Twitter or X today, several podcasts and things like that.
Her journey reflects how women, regardless of background, are pushing into the crypto space with determination and a thirst for understanding. Once she got to grips with how it all works, she wanted to try it out for herself. And this hands-on approach, investing, losing, profiting, helped her grasp crypto's potential and the risks. Crypto Granny's story, I'd say, serves as inspiration for anyone, really, especially women, showing that it's never too late to enter the space. Her journey also reflects the inclusive nature of the community. I find that it's open to anyone, regardless of age, gender, or background. Another story that we can learn a lot from is journalist Anne-Marie McQueen's. She's a crypto investor who started a journey by investing $100, which she left to sit idle.
I invested about $100 and left it and then checked on it a long time later, and it was many multiples. And I thought, geez, why didn't I just invest a little bit more? And then I got a bonus from a company I was working for. I think it was in 2020 or 2021. And I knew as soon as he handed it to me, and it was an envelope of cash, I thought, I want to invest this in crypto.
Over time, McQueen became more intentional about her learning. She started reading materials, watching videos, and in 2022, she focused more on understanding market cycles. She also joined an active crypto community where she learned from others and experienced scams firsthand and worked with a crypto coach. She says it wasn't an instant revelation and that eventually, over time, things just clicked for her. At the start, she tried sharing her new knowledge but found that many people just didn't grasp the significance of crypto. But now she says she really does believe in the power of crypto, seeing it as more than just a trend. She says it's linked to innovative projects that will change the world. And now, last but not least, I want to look at our interview with Zina Ashur, the founder of Women in Crypto Arabia, which is an initiative that started as a small educational effort and has since grown into a key platform for women in the blockchain space.
So I started basically educating women, starting from my neighbors and my close friends. I started to offer workshops where I explain like basics about what is blockchain and what is cryptocurrency and how to invest. And then I said, you know what, I think there's something in here that I really enjoy, and I think it also solves an issue. So this is where I started Women in Crypto Arabia.
Ashur's own crypto journey began in 2017 when she co-founded a blockchain solutions company and started attending crypto events.
I started my crypto journey in 2017. I was a co-founder for a company where we built blockchain-based solutions, and we launched our own cryptocurrency at that time. So I remember at that time when I used to go to events, to attend meetups and events, it was mainly male-dominated, so like really very few females attending these events. And of course, this is normal since the crypto industry and the blockchain industry is a combination between tech and finance, which are both male-dominated.
This male-dominated environment fueled her desire to create spaces where women could feel equally empowered and informed. To hear more from Zina Ashur and the other inspiring women featured today, you can find the full interviews on our website, thecryptoradio.com, where you will find a trove of engaging educational stories. And if you're a woman in crypto and have a story to tell, please get in touch by email at hello@thecryptoradio.com. We'd love to hear more about your story and the reason you love this industry.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
We are looking for great guests for the Crypto Radio, from those curious about crypto to newbies starting out, experts to mavericks, and everyone in between. We want to hear from you and feature you on the Crypto Radio. We're all about community, from traders to developers, blockchain experts to founders and entrepreneurs. The Crypto Radio's A to Z of crypto and blockchain terms. S for stablecoins. S is for stablecoins. A stablecoin is a cryptocurrency pegged to a stable asset, like fiat currency. They're also gold-backed cryptocurrencies. One example of a stablecoin is Tether, which is backed by the US dollar. As the name suggests, they tend to be more stable than other coins as they are backed by real-world and less volatile assets. Stablecoins are easy to buy and are listed on most cryptocurrency exchanges, including Binance and Coinbase. For more information on stablecoins, visit thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $94,236, down by 0.18%. Ethereum price is $3,362.1, up by 1.24%. BNB price is $720.0, up by 4.63%. Solana price is $189.7, up by 2.92% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to the Crypto Radio with me, Justin Harper. Solana may sound like a form of renewable energy, but is in fact a blockchain with its own native cryptocurrency, Sol. Solana is the 5th largest cryptocurrency and is known for its fast transaction speeds. It has also become the platform for choice for meme coins and stable coins, which are enjoying record inflows. I'm joined in the studio by Alex Scott, who works for Solana. Specifically, he leads Solana's super team Middle East and runs hackathons, developer workshops, and networking events to support the Solana network. Alex, welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
No, can we firstly start, because we're aimed at beginners, newbies, and the crypto curious, can you just give us a brief history of Solana, as in how it differs, say, from Bitcoin and where it stands within the networks, most popular ones?
Yeah, sure. So among the, I think you mentioned the top 5, I think depending on the market cap of the top cryptocurrencies at the moment, but one of the relatively new ones, actually. I think if you look at that list, it's only just over 4 years old. First Genesis block was in, would have been 2020. We celebrated the 4th birthday this past summer. Compared to, say, like Ethereum, which is another smart contract, like programmable blockchain, which is roughly like 8-9 years old. Bitcoin, obviously even older than that. The original, the king, the number one, yet to be displaced.
Yeah.
So compared to Bitcoin, for example, major difference is that you can write smart contracts or applications on the blockchain. Bitcoin is very simple. There's 21 million Bitcoin. You can buy fractions of that, and that's about it. You could send back and forth to individuals, but you can't actually, say, create a program on the Bitcoin network. I think there's like some exceptions to that, and people are taking efforts, but it wasn't like ground up built for that.
Yeah.
Versus something like Solana, which you can inscribe metadata, so like additional information, or you can write smart contracts that allow you to do more sophisticated things like borrowing and lending, like an automated contract between you and I that says, I've lent you $1,000 and it must be repaid on this date, otherwise the collateral is automatically liquidated.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's Solana for us. And then you work in the super team, which sounds very exciting, anything with super in it there. So could you just give us a brief sort of, summary of what the super team is and then what you do within that team?
Sure. A super team is what we call like an ecosystem development program. The very simple version of it is if I find the next founder who's building on Solana and they create $1 billion company, I look like a hero. Everything is pointed in that direction, identifying top talent and helping them build valuable companies on Solana. The history is 3 years ago, they started this project in India. Originally, it started as a podcast, actually. It was a conversation just like this with a famous comedian named Tanmay and Akshay from the Solana Foundation. And they were just having this conversation about cryptocurrencies and started to get a good following among young people in India. Turned out a lot of them were technically inclined, and then they started doing meetups on top of that. And then eventually it evolved into this global program, which is now live in 16 countries, which takes everyone from first learning about cryptocurrency to earning your first dollar in the industry. And then ultimately some of them will go on to, say, raise money, win hackathons, and start companies.
Yeah, right. And so you're sort of looking after the community, the devs, developers, right, within that community. Is that the main sort of focus for you?
I think I have, so that's definitely like one big pillar is founder support. So identifying talent and helping them win. I think there's another piece which is like what we're doing now, which is more general awareness. And I do that through content. So that's like videos, posts on Twitter, stories on X or Instagram rather. And then another big piece is, say, relationships with stakeholders in the ecosystem. That means like, could be regulators, could be free zones here, Department of Economy and Tourism here in Dubai, and helping to place Solana as say, like the preferred blockchain of choice for these institutions.
Right, okay. And you mentioned creating content.
Yeah.
And we know because we're for that sort of beginner, curious audience there's a lot of jargon and there's a lot of technical terms. How do you sort of navigate that to make what you're doing, that content, quick, easy to understand? And of course, on social media and our time spans and everything, how do you make it engaging as well? Is that a tough thing to do?
Yeah, I think it definitely depends on the audience. And I think depending on the platform, we adjust the messaging. So it could be as simple as, instead of calling it cryptocurrency, when I'm posting on LinkedIn, we talk about digital assets and Web3. There's euphemisms because of like, say, either the stigma or like the mental models that those audiences have, and say like compared to the people on X who are very crypto native, and I can use the jargon, I can go into that like technical detail on Twitter. I would adjust that language on LinkedIn. For videos, I think we tend to just focus it on fast, crisp messaging, which by its nature excludes a lot of the jargon. So focusing on, for example, if I'm talking about Cast payments card that I was showing you before we started recording, focus just on the benefits to the end user. No one cares about the like technical detail about like which blockchains and the speed and latency of the back end. They just care, hey, I can spend my crypto at this rate with these benefits. So you'll see a lot of our content is just focused on like the value or what's in it for the...
Yeah. And some people take their work home with them. Do you live and breathe crypto blockchain? I know you showed us this very cool looking credit card that earns great cashback Cast. And are you sort of investing yourself and always looking at projects on a personal level? Is it hard once you're in that space to sort of, switch off?
Yeah, for me, there is no distinction. There is no work Alex and social or home Alex because, one, the industry is 24/7. It's always active. There's always some newsworthy event and like markets are 24/7. I also work with global teams who are always awake, right? So it's the team in San Francisco is awake, and then the team in Singapore on the other side is going to bed, and we're playing that global game. And then also just because I'm so passionate about the space, I do genuinely believe that this technology is changing humanity for the better. And that it is the kind of culmination of like a lot of things that I've done in my past lives. I don't feel the need to compartmentalize. It has bled into my entire life and existence, and friends that I have are also colleagues, and there's no distinction there. It's all just sort of life.
Yeah, you mentioned a sort of a phrase that resonates with with us about the good, having the power of change and doing positive things. And we seem to have lost that narrative a little bit with the scams and the dirtier side of crypto and money laundering. How do we get that back to let people know crypto can do so much, can really help people from the unbanked, the underprivileged, speed up payments, makes things cheaper to do. How are we going to get back to that sort of, that image that it probably deserves?
So the reason I started working with Super Team actually was exactly for this point. I think the last cycle created a lot of cynicism. A lot of bad actors were flushed out of the space. And when I met the team from Super Team India, they were visiting Dubai. I was tagged in a post and then had coffee with the guys. And they gave examples of people earning their first crypto, not buying it, which was the tagline actually for Super Team is earn your first crypto, don't buy it. It's not a tool for speculation. This is actually a way of bringing economic opportunity to people that otherwise may not have had access. And a great example is in say tier 2, tier 3 city in India, there's a 16, 17-year-old with a laptop and an internet connection. The odds of that person, maybe he or she has some developer inclinations, the odds of them getting a H-1B visa in the United States and being able to work for a startup, abysmally small. Less than 0.01% probably after you add all the stages of that together. But thanks to the power of crypto, he's got a laptop, an internet connection, technical inclination, the ability to teach himself a lot of skills that are required by a VC-backed company sitting in Europe or the United States. This person is now able to earn fully remotely from their city, otherwise disconnected from economic opportunities, and is now earning $5,000 to $10,000 per month on par with their American peer. That's transformative, not just for that individual, but for that entire community around them. Parents that have now seen their child's earnings exceed whatever their expectations were. But then if you now spread that across many different countries where we're operating across Southeast Asia, across South Asia, in Africa, it has the ability to transform the entire global economy.
So it's leveling the playing field, as you
Correct.
said there. It's giving people opportunities they wouldn't normally have there. And that tagline is earning crypto, not buying crypto.
Yeah, the best way to onboard people into crypto is don't send them to an exchange to buy a dog coin. Make them work for it and then pay them.
Right. And so by doing that, they've got more value. They see more value in the crypto because they've actually earned it there, and they see it really as a digital asset and money.
Yeah, I think it turns it into, instead of being then a form of speculation of I sweat in my job to then throw it into the casino. This is actually a way for me to improve my standing and generate new skills and have exposure to new opportunities. A little bit like moving to a new city, right? It's if you as a journalist, for example, being in London or New York around the activity, or Dubai is very different than, say, being isolated in a small town in the middle of the UK, as an example.
Yeah.
In the same way, finding these earning opportunities on the internet and being connected to world-class talent, founders based in San Francisco or New York or London. These people are able to elevate their own aspirations and gain new skills and do more.
Yeah, okay. I get with that mentality, definitely on board with that. And then obviously talking about young people, talking about exciting opportunities, meme coins, it's hard not to have a conversation. Obviously, Bitcoin's hit 100K, altcoins, meme coins, huge buzz around that. And Solana is the go-to platform. Is that fair to say for meme coins?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Whether that's inherent to Solana or just a function of providing superior technology and the lowest barriers to entry could be debated, probably. But it's definitely brought a lot of people online, I think. For better or worse, I think we'll hit a point where things are not just going up only. And people will feel burnt by that, or or have taken excessive risk and have resentment toward and may project that onto the network. So that's definitely a downside that I'm not looking forward to seeing, because it's so obviously going to happen eventually.
Yeah.
So I think I have that daily conversation with the taxi driver or the the delivery guy when people, and I see them on the apps doing these things, and it's I've definitely given the nudge of, hey, don't use your rent money, be sensible, only put in one that you can lose. Just be careful, because things can come down as fast as they go up.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's that FOMO, right? And the fear and the greed are such powerful emotions, even if you know nothing about this space and you haven't got investments diversified, still throwing too much money into the meme coin space when you're seeing these huge coins rocket, right? So as Solana, you mentioned there, look, this could all blow up and people will start to point fingers when actually they made the decisions and they're the ones who invested. How do you try and regulate that, as in try and calm that down? Or can you not just say, look, we want to pick and choose more how the coins get listed? Or you just have to say, look, this is an open market?
But if I speak as the perspective of Solana, the network, Solana is an open source technology, and anyone in this building, in this city, in the world, can just go and build an application and do whatever they want on it. It's a lot like, AWS has centralized control and permissions, but similar to that, it's a public service, an infrastructure that anyone can just spin up an account and create something, and that's not going to change. That is the philosophy of blockchain. It is an open technology that can be used by anyone. Now, at the level above that is the application layer, right? So you'll have an exchange built on top of that, and they can choose to censor, and they have done. So Pump.fun is a very good, big example of that, and they recently turned off live streaming because it became so excessively just bizarre, and some really not great content was being posted on there. And so they've self-censored there, which is possible. But by its nature, by its design, at the Solana blockchain layer, that kind of censorship will not happen.
No, that goes against the very ethos, right, of decentralization there. Yeah. Now we're going to take a short break and come back.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. We talked about the cycle and super cycles, and some of the people we spoke to think maybe there's a year left of this boom in meme coins, and then, as you were hinting at there, a lot of people will get burnt, lose money, and then we'll move on to something
It's already
else.
happening, by the way. If you just look at the statistics of token launches, there's tens of thousands every day, I think, and most will not even reach the threshold of getting promoted to an exchange, and then out of those, 0.001% will be land in profit. So it's already happening.
So already the glamour is starting to lose its appeal now, and people are starting to maybe get a reality check on the whole meme coin.
Anyone that's been trading actively has already been experiencing that. I think it's a question of how deep into the mainstream that awareness is, so that the scale of that impact gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah, but bizarrely at the other end of the spectrum, you're also big on stable coins, which are almost like the complete opposite of meme coins by their very nature, right? Stable coins. So how does that work? That you're seeing for stability as well as volatility.
But this is the beauty of this open source technology, is that anyone can be using it. It's the same way that the public roads are open to anyone, and if they choose to ride a go-kart or a camel, it's up to them. So it depends on what the user is trying to achieve. So are you trying to achieve preserve your retirement savings and get a more modest yield, or are you trying to hit the 10,000x? These are all different people. Sometimes the same people, but with a mix of their portfolio in it. But it is a fascinating world, because you have this massive spectrum. On one side, you have Franklin Templeton launching a money market fund on Solana. You have Visa doing back-end USDC international payments reconciliation, right? So very, very serious money, tenured executives with decades of experience on the line, and they're placing big bets. And then you have on the other end of that barbell is absolute degeneracy. So it's a fascinating space, but everything is enabled by the same technology ultimately.
Yeah. So everyone, as you say, is free to come and do their own thing.
are protected somehow, that the data won't be used to their detriment. So it's a big change, super visible on the outside, it goes from behind, but then in the long run, it's very beneficial for society as a whole.
Yeah, I meant indirectly. Do you believe that, say, so like the adoption of blockchain
No, it sounds perfect.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm busy right now. But just thought I'd jump on and, let congratulations on the fan. How are you doing?
Oh, surviving, just waiting for this to end.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. See what they want to do, see if they want to come for 80K or not. Crypto face at 80K is it?
I don't know.